Busy, busy, busy bees. Hi, 30. Got nothing better to do than harass and monitor people. Very busy today, aren't we? So this bloody won't phone won't charge up. Cover their tracks, don't we? There's always one watching, isn't there? There's always one watching, isn't there? There's always one watching, isn't there? Busy, busy, busy. There's always one watching, isn't there? Don't educate yourself to the watching me. There's martial law on the way, allegedly. Times are changing. Do you know, really? Six, 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 mark of the devil. So when one pays for D&G, which is Domestic and General Limited, what's the point paying £16.63p when they gaslighter? What's the point also paying for? Let's have a look. It's also for the same company, but it's a mobile phone. Yeah. $2.99. No point really. That's interesting. So since they set me up getting me rolled beginning of the year, this year, and then since then they got to my son to make sure they don't contact me. I've actually did a bio on the other channel. So let's see that downloaded. Please state Freemason controls. Anyway. Just seeing if we have a look. Oh, it's a screenshot only. Okay. Let's save that. I'll just delete it. I know how to do it. That's just what the demons want, don't they? Right. It'll be interesting, isn't it, if things are kicking off in England. Interesting, these certain direct debits. It should have gone out my account. It's not even gone out my account. There. There you go. There we go. Oh, just turn that off. Right, so we have got time travel, you got the alien deception, you got the mind control, or you got the Illuminati. What about Freemasonry? I mean, I don't know if there's a direct link on this website for that. Other people have no clue what's going on. So the non-human entities out there are soul grabbers. Let's have a look at this time travel link. What does that say? Introduction to trans time photography. Let's have a look. Did you know there's portals? There's interesting information. They're just like pouring their resources all around me today. Yes, we know that UK is not voting for anyone. You're not voting for you're not voting. I'm not going to cover that. Mainstream is covering the subject. I can't. Oh, come on, everybody. You do realise that London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. You know what that means if you're in the media. That's a code word. That's a code word for this and this events to take place. Can you hear all that? So, if you want to believe the mainstream media, good luck. When everyone's being distracted, there's a lot more going on. Who created the energy crisis to start with? But anyway. Charles heads to church alone in Balmoral after his pain at. Well, there's a lot of information going on. There are a lot of distractions. So, the plot of an emergency cabinet reshuffle by phone tomorrow as Britain's face energy crisis and blackouts. UK meant to be, I'm talking mainstream now, Prime Minister favourite could install somebody as somebody. Clearly as a foreign secretary, and oh my goodness me, I knew this was a plot by the Illuminati controlled as Department of Works and Pensions limited companies, certain public servants as after disabled people, elderly, and certain others allegedly to force them as labour, slave labour. Scaremongering, and there's no choice. The other individual, his family, no disrespect to their colour or origins. There's no such thing as government. It's all companies, the printouts I've got, and this is where they got to make sure 1984, George Orwell, anyone speaks out about something like this. I'm not going against anything, I'm just quoting fact. And so they won't conquer and divide, so be careful about any emotion reaction. They're waiting for this. The powers that be operating this ultimate brain interface technology, they're waiting for all this. So this public servant, and by the way, they do work for the public, against predictions of an advocate scenario and tell somebody that Britain has the right spirit to get through the energy crisis. You know it's orchestrated, don't you? Come on. Spirit to get through the entry crisis will promise immediate action to help if she becomes. Oh my goodness, mate, come on. What now? Someone's hacking into my bloody phone. Go away. Big brother, get off. I'm not using it. Alright. Oh gosh. What's this now? Someone beaten by mobs to get a phone in a shocking interview. Target random in London. Do you know? Are they starting chaos already? In certain parts here of England, unrest, civil unrest already. Are they paid gangs? I mean, just look at the ethnic majority. Are they like in America? You hear about things like this. They're just set up, and mainstream media will cover it. Oops, let me just get rid of this. But anyway, let's talk about the weather. This is the bigger picture, where they're not talking about the pole shifts, they're not talking about Nebro, they're not talking about the weather engineering, and this is meant to be the sunrise yellow. Well, it's white actually, and then strangely enough, nothing new. You have a sundog, which is the reflections as all. Anyway, I won't be that long. I'm going to play some scripture music in the background because we're against the demonic side. Look how the heart, beautiful birds and seagulls flying around. You think that was a summer? No, it was controlled weather all year. Well, a lot of the time. Anyway, let's get rid of the mainstream BS. Because a lot of people are seeing through all this, which is really good actually. So that's his webcam. Some are loving hard, but not so fast. Look, come on. We are living in the Matrix world. You know that, don't you? You haven't educated yourself yet, .org. The times we're living in. It's always one watching. World events plans prepare. Advanced tech mind takeover. They're already going after people to shut them down. Oh, don't get me started on UK's weather tomorrow. I bet they'll create a blackout power cutout that would last to test people's resilience on mainstream electric and gas. I wouldn't be too surprised. Now, where was I? Gas prices are expected to surge again. You're joking me, look. Who remembers 1970s? Yeah. Who remembers any period of the Great Depression? So here we go. This is just ridiculous. So they want everyone to turn to Agenda 2030s. Everything's electric. So look at this. UK mainstream pipeline, which runs to Germany under Baltic Sea, was due to reopen yesterday. Look, it doesn't need maintenance. People's already made videos and stuff about all this. But Russia has kept it offline, claiming an oil leak after the G7 agreed to an oil price cap. European gas buyers gripping with record high prices now face further pain. Gas prices now likely to surge again, sparking fears that energy may be rationed. This is oh my God. That's right. I have electricity cooker, electric. Everything seems to be electric at the moment. Anyway, it's nothing new. It really is nothing new. Let me just mute my feedback and get. I have feedback. That's right. I have electricity cooker, electric. Everything seems to be electric at the moment. Anyway, it's nothing new. Right, I can see the feedback. So right, let me get this up. So right. Oh, for gosh me. I always budget the best I can. I live on practically nothing like homeless people. Look, they've got different nationalities, right? These certain individuals put in all these hotels in England. Why? Because it's allegedly they're going to be trained up by UN military, well, British military. Military Defence is an empty company, by the way. And, excuse me, and they're going to be trained up allegedly, and then they're going to be unleashed in conjunction with contract with the European Union, One World Army. Don't you think they're going to be? Why do you think they're coming in the back door? And the border force agency agents working for them are not stopping them on the shores of England. There's an invasion through the back door. So they want people like psychologically get really R-rated and angry and all this stuff because all this going on. And also the cryptocurrency, I was looking to that, but I brought no energy today. So this is a Daily Mail. If you want to go and research, anyone can search all their BS. I mean, look, all these comments, I'm not deciding to read them. I don't know if I can sign in or just read them. Oh, look, let's see. When you're cold this winter, when you get a CCJ next summer, remember it was the Tories who closed all the gas storage sites, gutted the nuclear industry, let the energy companies off the hook from their promises to invest, and all of it for short-term profit. Everything is for short-term profit when it comes to the Tories. They're all the same, by the way. I don't want to hear a peep of complaining from you all. Tory voters, if anything, you should be contributing to our bills because you cause this problem with your daft and no question asked constant voting for a party that generally hates you. Wow. Blow the pipelines up. Really? They're allowed to put these comments up. Seems there's some sort of reset going on. The people are wised up to that. That's what it's about. Electricity, renewable energy. They want the Agenda 2030. Ever since 2020 kicked in, and nothing has felt right. Sometimes it makes me think if we are being prepared for something. See, people are starting to wake up generally, which is really good. The UK gets 4% of the gas from Russia. See, only 4% of it. And a massive rise in gas prices have little to do with Britain and primarily due to company greed. Told you. I have researched a couple of companies and I've found their process and policies, and well, it was amazing what you find out, but I won't mention it public. High society learnt nothing from history. Leopards never changed their spots. What a philosopher. Do you think Truss will overthrow monarchy when she visits the Queen on Tuesday? Anything's possible. Oh my gosh, look, I know, I don't care what they do. My spirit, my soul will be in a better place when it's my natural time to go. I know what they've got planned. So you have to be one step ahead of these blinking miniature operations. Absolute despicable and cowards. There's such things government, by the way. Illuminati puppets, more like. Passing laws, statutes and acts. It's not laws. You're governed by consent. Anyway, he got this individual quotes. Denying us nuclear, actual clean green energy, fracking, and making us energy dependent. The Greens who fight oil, but water, but rooster and wellies deserve to be in shackles with a politician. What else? France has about 93% of its strategic gas reserves filled. There you go. Let's all go to France. And will soon have 100%, while Germany initially has 85%. New contracts has been signed with suppliers around the world, and EU countries will get through the winter without difficulty. Putin has lost his most important market. So, what's going on with England then? Hmm? Dream on is despicable. He sells gas cheap to China. He sells it 3 times to you. Hello. Oh my gosh. Why is Germany panicking then? Energy prices through the roof. Why have Germans been told to ration their energy use and even avoid showers, but use a hand cloth to wash? Well, the way I'm washed at the moment, I tell you, I won't go into that. My late mum taught us years ago how to make do when all the shortages were happening in the 70s. Why will they surge us? We only got 4% of them. Because they greed the companies which will full cost price of crude oil at the moment in the same what we had in February, and prices, yeah, this I think that's car. They want everyone to use electric cars. Just go and watch a movie. Actually, it's a really good movie. The storyline will tell you all. You just will know it's like here now. It's Fifth Element. Fifth Element. It's a futuristic movie. It's always telling us what's in the movies. The Germans are buying all gas for themselves. Here we go. And they don't give a two-hoot bob about their European friends. This is why the prices increased. Conquer and divide started already. It's got nothing to do with that. I've got to see if I can find that website I had earlier. Maybe not. Can't find it now. Can't be bothered. Too tired. Gotta just something to wait and just rest. Rest. Educateyourself.org. Let's see if I can find it. That's why I stream it for those that care to bother to read. But my internet's been rerouted unlawfully anyway. So somebody's uploaded some really good videos about where is it? I can't find it on that side. I think it might be on this side. Yes, it is. So here we have it. Shall we have a noise? Because advancement technologies is here anyway. So have a nose on this site and you will find, well, a lot of things, but just you've got some positive things of health too. Got biotech, biosense. You see, 21 goals Illuminati, right? To end the production nuclear generated electric power in what they call the post-industrial zero growth society, except that are the computer and so let's have a look. The game plan: shortages of nuclear power station, you see, was intended by the Rockefellers to both cripple the Japanese economy, and which was heading towards a giant leap in new technology, and to disassemble the entire nuclear power industry worldwide. Now, in order to do this, it cut the energy market down to oil and natural gas. It was not an accident that all of that natural gas and fracking that we've been hearing about for the past year or two would need to create a new market to sell all that newly extracted natural gas to. And what better way than to shut down all those dangerous radiation spewing dinosaur nuclear plants and convert them over to safe and clean natural gas and power plants using that new specified German design gas turbines and Merkel is so proud of. Gee, isn't it simply wonderful how the fracking gas solution just happened to show up or just the right time to save the day on the perils of the deadly Japan radiation catastrophe, many times worse than Chernobyl, if I pronounce that right, according to this particular author. Resistance. In this YouTube video posted on 23rd of February 2012, a guy called Rod Adams explains the rush to replace the nuclear power industry with natural gas power plants by plummeting the Fukushima, I can't pronounce that word, radiation psyops, to hit in order to stampede the people into demanding an end to all nuclear power plant facilities. Bless his uncanny accurate and his soul refers to begin, to my attention, natural gas to replace nuclear power. Rush in articles and media interviews presented on the web and rise in March, April 2011. There's a link, I can't link on to the YouTube. On May 25th, 2012, a web page was hacked on the 25th, and the video from Wood Adams. Go away, demons. You got better things to do, I'm sure. Going after someone else's soul. Which I originally placed at this location was removed, and the other video clip of Senator Capozzi sitting at a committee hearing in America was substituted in its place. Apparently, this article is hitting a nerve for someone, since they're willing to hack into this guy who runs the server and embedded the video of Ward Adams. I since removed the video embedded by the hackers, but I leave this note in place as a reminder. I reinvested the video since below by Rod Adams. I don't think the video is still up. Yeah, it's just amazing how it's all controlled by a few. Now you can't click on the link, and you might find it on different platforms. I don't know, this link will come up. Japan. Okay. Let's close this first to see. It says about Japan's Fukushima nuclear disaster, and it goes, this is a channel. Oh, wow, these are bloody very accurate commentary. 2011. I wonder where he was. Part 1. The nuclear whistleblower, who was telling all who listen about the dangers of nuclear power. Is like playing with fire. Mankind has not learnt, as can be seen in the engineering mistakes made in building Japan's plant. Yeah, and nuclear radiation is very dangerous, and we will be stuck with the consequences for a long time to come. There are certain measures that can take place to protect yourself. Listener, she explains. So that is part 1. There's part 2 with it. It's got Yahoo groups. I don't know if the links are still there. Let Japan now lead the way and the world away for nuclear energy to safe, polluting power. 0 point engines that run on water. Yeah, brown gas, whatever. Japanese people are now paying a terrible price from the energy monopolies' mistakes and control shortages and sightedness and boorishness, and time to dump nuclear power. And we know alternative energy is being suppressed. It always has been since the Rockefeller elites have been on the scene. It can be non-centralized and non-controlled, off-grid, which is controlled and monopolized by corporations for their profit. So it gives some links down the bottom. Yeah, I don't know if this website's still up. Oh, well, it is. Brilliant. So it stopped the crime. It's a free something. Aircraft.org is on there somewhere. Just stop that pop up. We've got this during the spring. The skies out. Skull and Bones and the Catholic Church connection. We've got these links on the blog. They're after the Christianity subject as well. This is Anthony Hitler, creator of the Free World Alliance. Don't know if he's still around. He's made a lot of good documentaries. Alien 51 Nazi, this is a good one. But this also reference control the brain. Don't know if the image will come up. Oh wow, look at this. NATO. I mean, look at all this. Illuminati Nazi Burger Group, West Grove. Here you go, Agenda 21. It's more than that now. Beamer. Electronic grid system to establish, right? Ramping up that campaign. That is already here. So it's beyond that now. It's Agenda 2030. It's much more like Agenda 2050, transhumanism. And it's all to do with the smart grid. Smart murder meters to dumb down the unwashed masses. Activate the 80 plus female concentration camps around America. Maybe that might be other places too. The CIA is dumping millions of tons of toxic soap, chemtrails, weather engineering, and other chemicals in the skies of the world, and is affecting all life: bees, trees, crops, birds, insects, everything, and the human population, of course. Discover the hidden links between the Blooming Club and the Burger, I can't pronounce that word, secret societies, New World Order, the murder of, alleged murder, I'm going to put President Kennedy, and then other subjects here on his website. And he's made films. 2012, look at this. I didn't even know he had a website. Bible, right? The beast of the Bible Belt, Lucifer is God. That is what General Albert Pike, author of Morals and Dogma and the Masonic Bible, the co-founder of the Ku Klux Klan, boasted. Pike declared, the higher initiates of the Masonic religion should follow the Luciferian document. The satanic occult has spread like a cancer across America and England under the mask of the modernization and the cloak of captivity. Ted L. Goodson, former head, he passed away now, of the FBI in Dallas, Memphis, and Los Angeles, joins William David Cox, Star and Scholar Bones. The Catholic connection in this full-blown episode of the evil hierarchy that works within the American heartland of Christian Barber Belt, but itself what gone worldwide is much more controlled over the creator of the own currency and commerce, business and commerce. The privately owned Federal Reserve and the Bank of England, get it? Limited companies, they are corporations, must be destroyed for the freedom of to live lead their satanic system. There's a process to do that, reference to another subject I won't cover right now. But first, the political, I won't repeat certain words here, parasites along these certain words I won't repeat here. William David Cox, myself, and other dedicated to bringing freedom to the people of this planet. So he's made a film about that. The panic, the project. Yeah, this is where it is here now, in my opinion. Let me get rid of that pop-up. Right. So this is where the UN design of this around of the false alien invasion. Be careful about this deception. There are demonic entities out there. They're not what you think they are. I can't blow up that image. Illuminati oversees the alien agenda, age 51. This once top secret base hidden in the heart of Nevada, 3 million acres, is home to a host of horrors brought out by the same Nazi scientists, German people, who built, I won't repeat certain words, not far from the underground base. There's big underground bases all over the bloody place. Won't be here that long. I'm just showing this observations. But there's much more about the alien implants from. There's a lot of stuff from the past you might want to look into educateyourself.org website about underground dams and bases, and reference to Jordan Maxwell's good information out there about certain stuff I won't go into right now. This is the New World Files. This is where the 666, look at that satellite, the mark of the beast, and the tracking numbers, like matrix in the back of the head. But it's a really good graphic, you know, really good image of what's happening now. And I'm sure it's more sophisticated satellites they've got now, tracking everything. Total control. Grid system, yeah. US space programs already installed a grid system through the NASA satellite system, tracking people and vehicles and space stations. The average, it's not just America, it's US military, it's all around different parts of the world going on, and UK too. Anyway, Luciferian, isn't it? The Masonic religion should be, but this is what they want to push along. You know, well, Luciferian gives the viewer immediate understanding of the Illuminati's Aurelian Adeptus, and this guy on his website has done a very good in-depth, like other people have. So yeah, I was listening to, let's see if I can get that up. I'll play that in the background when I've got to carry on and do what I've got to do. Let's see if I can find that interview. Radio May, right, so it's Let's see. There was a straightforward array audio. I'm not sure it's still up.
You're coming home with me. This is Myron C. Fagan. During the past 20 years of my more than 60 years of experience on Broadway and in Hollywood, as a playwright, director, and producer, I have received many thousands of letters from fans and worshippers of the movie stars who have been identified by congressional committees and the FBI as collaborators in the Red conspiracy to destroy our country, asking me why and how their idols have become Reds, and pleading with me to assure them that it is not true. Unfortunately and regretfully, I cannot give them that assurance. I say regretfully because the vast majority of those Red stars have been my close friends through all the years that I have been on Broadway and in Hollywood. But in this recording, I will endeavor to show how and why we joined in the Red conspiracy. The most thrilling and most glamorous phase of life in our country always has been the world of entertainment. At the turn of the century, that world of entertainment was primarily the living theater, Broadway. In 1907, I became a part of that world as a playwright, director, and producer. Then some years later came the movies, and a new glamour world came into existence. It was called Hollywood. But until 1930, Broadway was my world. Then as the movies were transformed into what they then called the talk, I came to Hollywood. As a result, I came to know both worlds well. During all the years from 1907, practically every known star, from Mrs. Leslie Carter, Douglas Fairbanks, Helen Morgan, Clark Gable, and many others, appeared in one or more of my plays and films or under my direction. All of them were close friends. Then in 1945, I suddenly discovered that Hollywood, the land of glamour, had become a cesspool of treason.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a short interview. All that time ago. So we'll find another. Let's see if this is it.
Now, if you think that those aliens and their by accident of birth American co-conspirators would be content with just the control of our money system, you're in for another very sad shock. The Federal Reserve System gave the conspirators complete control of our money system, but it in no way touched the earnings of the people, because the Constitution positively forbids what is now known as the 20% withholding tax. But the Illuminati blueprint for one world enslavement called for the confiscation of all private property and control of individual earning powers. This, and Karl Marx stressed that feature in his blueprint, had to be accomplished by a progressive graduated income tax. As I said, such a tax could not lawfully be imposed upon the American people. It is succinctly and expressly forbidden by our Constitution. Thus, only an amendment to the Constitution could give the federal government such confiscatory powers.
Again, that's a short interview. It's much, much deeper than that. So, what a shame. I would really love to actually listen to in depth. I had it on my other channel before they got it down. On my other channel. Wow. Okay, so in the meantime, we're going to put Matt Spires on, the late Matt Spires, about the advanced technology subject. It's just, not sure you'd be able to hear it. It's what's known in conjunction with super spiritual foundation. Hold on, let's find out about something else I've just seen. This guy's been online about something to do with spirituality for a long time. Be what to say for himself. Goodbye, it says. It's a bit low. Let's just pick it up.
It's 10:25 a.m. September 4th, Sunday. That's funny. September 4th, that's 9/4. The website, always read numerology, right to left. So it's a 42 to the 9er. The elder. I currently qualify as the eldest. As far as having wives, I am. I've done everything I can to help as many of you.
He's talking too bloody loud, I can't hear him.
What's been going on. To give you a heads up.
It's the point of playing something you can't hear it.
It's not like a warning, it's a heads up. I'm going to turn creation upside down. I'm going to purge creation, getting rid of the crap, taking the stuff that wants to be cleaner, clean it up, giving everyone their freedom and rights. Everyone always said, oh, praise God, and God never gave a shit. But God did give a shit, the shit you've enjoyed every second of life. Before I go any further, I'll never do another crank up in this body. I'll take care of what I need to out of body, but not in this body. This body's going. I've said that a few times before, but this is totally different. The spiritual foundation is, has been closed for a while, but now it's closed for consultations too. There's others that are going to be cranking people up all over the world. And I know one of them is Deanna's nephew and niece. Her niece is Isabel. She's so awesome. She's so precious. And then her nephew is Ignacio Jr. I call him Ignacio Jr. He's one of the first four that came out of me. He's a powerhouse. He doesn't need my help with anything. He's the one that was going to be cranking up people before or by the age of 8. And I couldn't get out of here. Big things couldn't happen until I got loose, and I'm about to be loose. The spiritual foundation will be reopening in 2023 when Deanna gets it situated, but I expect I'll be I'll be past gone by then. This body will be, burnt to a crisp. I paid for my cremation a long time ago. Anyway, I can no longer, take my hands, put them together, and create an energy ball. There's nothing left of me except the slightest little hindrance of energy, which keeps me from being free. I'm waking up in a field now. Myself, this Essex body is about to finally be dead. And I'm annoyed this teeny thing is keeping me from fully waking up. So I'm not happy about that. And I'm inside the field, like I said, almost every last single bit of me. And I'm waking up and not happy. I have part of Lily in my head, a strong part of her focal point, and main focal point. And she's helping me get through this last bit of time I have left. I'm not hardly eating or drinking or, this body is finally dying now. I mean, it is in death mode. I mentioned that earlier. Well, I was more than correct. I had Rasha rushing me before, hurry up and get things set up. To try to get the podcast started and done because, your end is right here in sight. So I tried and I couldn't get it done. But all the many thousands of dollars I spent on equipment, Dana will use that with the family. It's not like 20,000. I mean, it's just, it's a few grand. Her brother, one of her brothers Nacho lives in Florida. But as soon as I do go, my buddy Alan is going to just literally go grab Deanna real quick. He's going to call her up and say, Jay's gone. Do you want me to take you there and handle this? You want to see pictures and we'll send them off to the crematory? What do you want to do? And Deanna will take it from there. I expect Nacho will meet her up here when Ellen brings her over here, and they'll never have to worry about customs or stupid flight crap or anything anymore. It's UFO Airlines. Alan's my good friend. I call him my brother because he is. I mean, he's close to me enough where he's nothing but my brother. He's got that starship. I'm having problems mentally. I can't remember. It's 4.1 or 4.3. I think it's 4.3 times the size of Spain. It's got a whole bunch of little ships around it, like 28 little ships that dropped at about a mile and a half down. It's kind of funny saying that when people kind of haven't been there, everything else so many times, and people don't even know any of that's real. So anyway, the spiritual foundation is closed. Till 2023. People, please don't send me any wine or anything like that. I can't drink, I'm happy to say.
Presidential
Everything I told
beats.
you and a lot more I'm going to do. First thing I'm doing is going after China. Well, I'm taking the animals first, but then I'm going right after China. They have something in them. I was looking at that this morning. Thousands and thousands of years being brutally controlled. They have something in their DNA that's just fucked up. I'm not saying there's not good Chinese people. That there's not any good Chinese people. But I've never met a good one. Some people are so selfish they can't see beyond their little greed.
Wow. 13 playbacks.
Had Frank done what he was supposed to do, boy, he'd have it made. He'd have it made. That's all he had to do, but he kept thinking about thousands instead of hundreds of millions. And he just
Okay.
kept lying.
Hold on, let me just stop this
Chinese.
for a moment. Right. With somebody with no content on a channel, individual known as Presidential Beats, Jesus Christ is everything written in the Holy Word. Depending on your context, are you looking at the King James Bible version, or are you looking at different types of religions, mainstream media, mainstream religion? What spirituality are you coming from? Jesus Christ that died upon the cross, that saved humanity from its sins. Absolutely spot on with that one. I already know about that, unfortunately, the hard way. But it's true. The soul, the spirit is everything. That's what it's all about. And the ones that sold them out, this is what I raise to the point of those. Okay, the times run out basically for those that are within the world, and basically there is elements in this world, scenarios and elements of things I know about and other people know about. But the main point is, all these years on, it all links into the Luciferian agendas. It always has been. It's a Luciferian world, the satanic. And when you uncover so much information of a satanic nature, and when things I cannot be public about myself. I'm a survivor from 2002 of attempted murder, but other things before that, and I become aware of a lot more things since that date. So therefore, the times literally we're living these days, these times, the end times, whatever you want to call it. There is no such date of an end date of a rapture or anything like that, and all these large individuals, establishments around the world imply that their own versions, each to their own. But why do you think people are targeted? Why do you think people are singled out? Why do people are set up? Why do you think there is a darker side? There is a very well organized satanic army around the world ready to take over this physical existence and come after those with a spiritual, whatever your belief systems are, a spiritual faith, God, whatever. I mean, the word God can turn into a G for freemasonry, but when those get to a certain degree level, higher than 33 degree level, by the way, there is one, and they find that they sold their souls out for Luciferian certain things they have to do, and I know firsthand about certain things which I won't make public here. Yeah, it's my birthday this year, next month. Well, this month, 2 weeks away. It's going to fall on a full moon. And it's not always negative on a full moon, but powers that be, I call it, like to do their rituals and demonic things towards me on those particular leading up to that date. And I'm not afraid. They need to be, because it's not just me. There are spiritual warriors about to kick ass, and there's a spiritual war already happening in all areas of life on this physical existence on earth, let alone the spiritual and off planet as well. So I'm coming from my personal relationship with our Creator. Blessings to you, the one who would not so randomly sent you to this channel. Bear with me. Just repeat the comment. I'm coming from my own personal relationship with our Creator, the one who not so randomly sent you to this channel. He started showing up at my house. P.S. In the future president of the US. No, there's no date, but we are close, because the enemy has been plotting this since the beginning. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. There's also I don't think anybody's fully aware. Oh yes. Go back to Genesis. Yeah. What chapter in Genesis? God can read hearts. Subconsciously, definitely. In all they're now hacking me. It's always the same, isn't it? I'm extremely badly hacked on the internet, rerouted and monitored. Okay, go back to Genesis, and God can read hearts subconsciously, definitely. In so I can't pronounce words. Satan, heart. He plotted to try to set his throne above the most high God. Yes, the advancement in technology. Oh my goodness me. So many of us only know too well. The enemy hates humans because God loves us. Absolutely, absolutely spot on. Absolutely 100% true. Absolutely. It's like a gentleman a gentleman in America, Mo, I just call him Mo, when my late mum passed, 2018. Wow, that was a journey of forgiveness. That was a very big journey of forgiveness on the spiritual journey for me. So I was complete anti anything spiritual, hatred of things. Oh wow, there's a lot of people, which is beautiful to know, which is so powerful to know. Actually, when I won't be here long, I'll just play some of the background of affirmations in a moment, because it's powerful, really. How can I put it? All these things does not matter. You know, you don't need, you know, what I was taught growing up, how to prepare for if the lights go out, mainstream items for the physical body to exist goes out. I was taught at a young age how to make do, and I've always been like that. That makes any sense. So I've never been within the world in that sense. And I tried to teach my own kids over the years when they were growing up, and adults in their own right, and my grandchildren. But when you become subjected of pure hate by these demonic entities, pure hatred, and it's not just me, it's others out there are singled out, because they know, the enemy knows your soul, it knows your heart, that you're a child of God, you're a child of Jesus Christ that died upon the cross. And it's amazing. It's really great in a way, because it's amazing how much hatred the satanic demonic entities, I just call it that, out there really hate those of the light, of the beautiful energy God created so much in this world, and it's like, and there's so much conquer and divide for so long on petty things, and all boils down to one thing. Just all boils down to one thing. And when you suddenly realize that, it's like an awakening to the spirituality, and there's always going to be distractions. So, you know, there's always going to be, while you're physically still form survival in this world, you're surviving, there's always going to be negative things, the attacks. There's always going to be something to put in the way of distractions. And so, like earlier, I was just describing and showing the typical distractions, simplistic ones. And in England, for example, you know, there's just a couple of things, but there's a lot of things, really. And in my situation, what they do with me and the demonic side, how I was close, I saw the devil eyes in that man that tried to kill me. And I swear to gosh, you know, his eyes turned green. I know there was a guardian angel over me. And it's not the first time either. Over me that particular day. I didn't realise what it was at the time. But all these years later, you do a 360 turnaround and you just realise I was saved. I've always been saved. No matter what's happened in my life, there's always been a pathway. Eventually, you go through it. You do get through it. It doesn't seem like it at the time. because it's not your time to go. And naturally, when it's one's time to go, then one's creator will know. And I can't explain it when my late mum passed. What I had it's like a sixth sense in that room, and I only once had my son when he was 7 tell me what he experienced, and I always did my best. I know he'll be alright. Um, I know that their souls will be okay. And it's really powerful because when you know that your own blood DNA family members are not a true spiritual essence and they've been indoctrinated within the Freemasonry with a satanic side, and I got out of it at a young age and lived my life. And it's really, as I said, 360 when I was in that room and I saw that beautiful sunset come, that energy come through that room to bring a sense of warmth over my late mum's body and me. And then, sounds ironic, the beautiful birds on that tree at the same time, it's all perfectly timed, and there's no such thing as coincidence. And I said to my late mum, and I knew she could hear me, and I said, I forgive you, it's not your fault. I know the truth. And things what went on in the past. But I think out of all of my brothers and sisters, and I was the only one out of them all here now to be able to know the truth out of all of them about so many things. And I know their souls will be okay because deep down in their heart they mean well. I forgave them a long time ago, and it's a very, very hard thing to do. And I saved my nephew's life one time. I don't want thanks, never have. And I tried to save a young boy from certain really satanic abuses. I did my best for him, and the dark side got hold of him, and he was used by those sickness in their beings, what they did to him. And ever since I uncovered what I did, I've just been a radar for the satanic occultist members. I've been on their radar ever since. And I've never spoken out about names and details or anything, and I never will, because they're the ones. They've sold out their souls, and here we are now. So when people talk about rapture, I don't. When this world, and if you don't believe that this world is also, this physical world is also about experience, these shifts as well. Mother Earth is fighting back. The beautiful nature is being destroyed. You know, there's so much, and it's like, wow, just to be alive to see all this take place, it's just wow. And to see it unfold right in front of you, and it's like, and when you're just doing your own little thing, trying to survive in whatever it may be, whatever subject, and you'll see these soulless. You just, I don't know if anybody notices that, if you've got that spirit in your heart, in your soul, and you know what's right and what's happening, and you just look next to somebody, a stranger perhaps, whatever, Perhaps you're going to the bank or getting some food, and you just look at somebody and you just see them, and it's like looking right through them, and you can sense their aura, and there is nothing. It's so dead. They're soulless, and that's frequent. When you see the eyes of the soul, you can see through the eyes. You know, you see through the soul through the eyes. I've had so many times recently. I see the demonic. I've seen them possessed. I see their eyes change, and their soul has been taken over. And I'm never into any of this rituals or anything like that. But I don't know. I've been given the gift of insight to see these things, and it's not pleasant to experience the negative things and the technology part at all. And many people like me are out there. Anyway, that's enough about me. Preparing to catch water for hard times. Preparing to catch. Well, there's all sorts going on, isn't there? Since I mentioned the word freemasonry, suddenly, oh my goodness me. Anyway, I have seen those things in my brother's eyes, but if God can save him, he can save anyone. That is true. When I first started prophesying, I was watching a protest. I felt such an intense feeling of love from God, of Abraham, Isaac, and Isaiah, or Isaac and Israel for people. Well, oh, that's so sweet with your mum. Yes, I pray for my brother. He got saved. Oh, that's a blessing to you. Wow. How can I take Freemasonry out of government? Oh my goodness me. Sadly, it's gone beyond that now. That's why there's a website, streaming, educateyourself.org. It's not mine, disclaimer. If you go into the website, it's a lot of old links. You're going to, best thing to get educated, know who you are, while we're physically still trying to survive. There's no such thing as government. It's all corporations. In England, I've got a lot of lists and documents and things. All they do their best to do what they're doing. When I was married to somebody a long time ago, and I didn't know he was a Freemason member, he was a Master Mason, and I didn't know hardly anything about the fraternity and how really satanic in culture. And if you're just joining like the lower level business people, really sort of paying for a fee, to be ordinary member, they really don't know till they get to a certain degree level and realise who they're really worshipping, who they really sold their souls and what they really have to do. And you don't just get out. So when I left the Mormonism, I was 17 and a half, 18. I didn't know at the time that the founder, his family in the 17th, 1800s, were very much involved in Freemasonry, and it was based and founded on that. Sandra Tanner, I think she was. She used to have a ministry in America a long time ago. I found a lot of good information and books, and I found a lot of information out. Sadly, a lot of the rituals I took part in, which I didn't realise what I was doing at a young age, were really based on the principles of some of the rituals they do in the Freemason lodges. But on a positive note, what they were good at was about homesteading, preparation, canning, being prepared for a rainy day kind of thing. Very good on family values, on that point of view. The scriptures, teaching young kids from the early age. So I was taught, well, their version of the Bible, but similarities to the King James Bible version. So yeah, I used to know the Lord's Prayer off by heart, the lot of scriptures off by heart, a young kid growing up into a young adult. And then, of course, I don't know, I've got through my education and college and first job and things, and I just lost interest. And this is where I all these years on to date, here I am now, surviving what I have, to only live to tell the tale, to say that there really is nothing but spirituality at the end of the day. You can have all the riches and the goals and connections and mansions, and I've had my plenty opportunity in that regard. And I decided no, because what comes first is integrity. What comes first is morals and standards. And what I witnessed in the different side of the world and life was kids being abused. I witnessed girls trafficking and sex industry. I witnessed public servants and key roles doing things. I met very powerful people over the years, well connected, and they had decent hearts, but they were very much perverted, very much into things I can't mention here. When I got involved in TV, radio, modelling industry years ago, I didn't know no different what I was getting involved with, who was, until I decided to fight, not physically, but for rights of kids and families, and took on public servants. I began fighting back to speak up for those that could not, and that began to get the attention of certain people who didn't like that. So didn't care, I just carried on. But when I began knowing the evidence reference to subjects of maritime law, tort law, contract law, common law, you got the difference between statutes and acts governed by consent. You got definitions of words, meanings, and things like that. When you realise all those centuries ago how the English language had been manipulated, how words have been changed, a bit like the King James Bible in a way, in some areas, and when you realise who you are, and like it's, you go back to London, the city bar, you know, the city itself, a separate city to actually the main city of London. It's a financial district. And when you find who orchestrated the first Masonic lodge there and the history to that, then you go into the banking industry and you find how that was orchestrated and how they used the living, the flesh, the blood become age of maturity, i.e., the birth certificate, the trust bond, birth certificate, trade name. And when one was the Great Fire London created the living as a surety for all debts, for all assumptions, that one is the birth certificate name, Mr., Miss, Mrs., which is not, because one is the agent representative for that trust. One has benefit use of. And it's a similar sort of like, I'm not an expert in different parts of the world, of course, because it may be different, but I can only quote what I know. And when I found out that you can claim your estate back of the from these public servants that assume the beneficiary role, really they're the trustees, by the way, and we are the beneficiaries of that trust, and we have the benefit use of that title, and how to do your documents, and which I've been doing, and they just really hate that. When you get to far knowledgeable information, to put stamp duty on your documents, and when you're in maritime law of the sea, because when you're on land, you're seen as that birth certificate name. Because it's a corporation, and when you learn that the post code is used as a venue for contracts, and anything comes through the post box is seen as a, this is my studies, by the way. You can go and research for oneself if it's time to do so. If you have enough time at the moment, that is, because time is running out. So basically, I looked into taking back the control of that trust bond. And yeah, it's just dumbfounded to find this information out. That well, not just tomorrow, but Tuesday in England, nobody is voting for anyone. And I've got the Dun & Bradstreet.co.uk, the company information of these two individuals implying to be the new Prime Minister. They're set up as companies. So there's great deception, and that's not by design. It's always been planned that way. And the dark occult within not just Freemasonry goes deeper. You've got the Illuminati, you've got the it goes much, much deeper. But the basic side of it all, it all relates to commerce and business. That's all it relates to on this physical domain on Earth, and that's all it exists. So when people lose their homes, their job, well, mainly when they look into how mortgages is created, the banking system, how the national insurance number was created, why it was created, why taxation was created. Mary Croft, if you Google her or search her name, she wrote a book a long time ago, and she's an American woman, exposing the Federal Reserve and the banking system, and how she beat the RES, I think you call it over there. And yeah, it was wow. And then, of course, there's so many wonderful scholars from 2012 I began learning off, and then you become within oneself when you learn. You really need to learn and not take anything what anyone says, in my opinion. You gain knowledge, you do your research, and then yeah, you just wow. So at the end of it all, as I said, personal situations I won't go into myself. It's like I know what I've done is the ultimate and factual and lawful, and the key words and definitions and meaning of words. And then if you look into Black's Law dictionaries and the Bar Association, International Bar Associations, the corporation, and you find out barristers, these titles, these men and women training to be a barrister. Well, if they don't have a number and pay a fee to be a member of this bar association, they can't have a barcode and they can't practice and charge all these fees. And it's like, wow. And then you look at the Law Society. What the hell is a Law Society? So that means that all men and women claim to be a lawyer in England, Scotland or Wales, if they don't pay a fee to this law society, it's a limited company as well, they can't practice their area of law in England either. The SAR number, SAR number. And it goes on and on and on. And it's like the medical profession, care profession, banking industry, And it's like a whole can of worms is open up, and then you just choose which one, which subject. Be careful, because there's many worms you can go down, many wormholes, and you come out and you find this out, and you realize a massive, massive, great deception on humanity. And it's been orchestrated far, far long time ago. And yes, it really does link back to biblical times. Absolutely 100%. So no matter what I've done lawfully, nothing they've taken accountable to. Not one corporation, agent, CEO. They're all turning the tables on me. All the attacks, all the libel, all the slander, and much more than that. And there's others out there like me too. And it's like, wow, it's just, I really don't care anymore. I really do not care. Lose the fear, because these darkness, this dark entities out there want to feed. This is where all this scaremongering is going on. There's so much in the world that they're feeding off our energy. You know, they got to trigger a negative, you know, they've got to trigger the mind. They've got to try and damage your spirit, your soul, your essence, who you are, your God's creation. They've got to change who you are in your soul, in your makeup. And when you look at the future, the technology, transhumanism, and you got to do your own research, because I could say anything. And it's amazing. It really is amazing. And when one is a survivor of horrific serial killer, and at the time I didn't know what I know, of course, now, and those 3 dead women, right, and what he did to his bodies, none of the truth come out, what really happened, because I'm the only survivor in England of him. And at the time I didn't know nothing. I was so traumatized by it all. But they love to do reports, you know. They love to do about your childhood, don't they? They love to do about this, that, and the other. And nobody knows who you are but you, deep down. So when somebody wants to go around, I mean, be careful about social media. It's all by design. Who created the internet in the first place? So when you realise who I was in the era, we didn't have phones. Well, we had one phone, old-fashioned phone. We didn't have a telly. I was raised in the era. I'm not that old, but without the internet of things. So when I had the first internet, I was always on it. But it's a bit like when you look at the interventions of television, radio, and Tesla era, and free energy. My goodness me, it's amazing. It really is empowering. And yeah, unfortunately, it's like, you know, when you come close to death, and it's a few times, and they got me one over 2009, and there's a lot of things that's gone on, and they thought they're going to shut me up then. It didn't work. The army, the devil's army, if you want to call it, is ready to go. Okay, the demons, the satanic, well organized army of his followers are ready to kick off. Seriously, be careful out there. Be careful about the deception of Project Bluebeam. Be careful about the false. There is going to be allegedly false flags kicking off, and people who are not awakened and knowledgeable are going to believe it. Their souls, the hearts are just going to be, you know, the demonic side of life is going to swallow them up. And that is, unfortunately, this is a spiritual war, isn't it? This is a battle. And I don't know, like any other people out there, we survive things for a reason. And perhaps what I've gone through personally, and I'm still here, is for this period of time. To see it all take place, to experience what I am. And then I only know too well that forgiving my own adult son and daughter and for their transgressions against me. I mean, I'm not perfect. I've had plenty of mistakes in my time, but I would never dream of being underground bases, military bases, Stargate projects, time travel, portals, all this advancement technology just exists. They're not going to let the public know what's really going on. And they've always been telling, really the public in the movies industry, film industries, and etc. So anytime, literally anytime, is just be safe out there and just common sense approach and trusting your heart, trust your gut. Be careful, don't think with your brain, don't think with your mind. Because the mind is a new battlefield. Why is it a new battlefield? Because of the advancement in technology. For the implantation began 1960s of the brain implants. You can imagine what they're doing now. The brain interface technologies have always been around. There's websites, there's patterns since 1950s, before I was born, of all the patterns to do with the brain, to do with the mind, and documentaries back in the 70s. There's all public knowledge, a lot of information anyway. But for anyone don't want to know, fine. For those that are just desperate for knowledge, desperate for truth, really just forget about all this research subjects that I've done and gone through. Focusing on your soul, your essence, who you are spiritually, is the main thing now, right now. That's all. Because your creator knows who you are. Yeah? Before you were born. And knew who you're going to be born to, if that makes any sense. And every essence of life. These transhumanists who do not believe in any faith, who don't believe any creator, any God, any spirituality, I just want to live forever. And the religious upbringing I had, it's really hard to find this one out, that you can research this evidence, anyone can do it themselves. It's fact. It's not, I don't say nothing, but fact. And there's always a reason why I don't put myself on camera, because I'm not going to give certain individuals out there more ammunition, shall we say. But anyway, the point is, yeah, it isn't easy to remember to trust your gut instinct. We believe within your true essence who you are, because the pain, the suffering, everyday situations, suddenly cut off electrical gas, suddenly losing your home, suddenly losing ability to feed oneself, that of the natural survival animal human instinct will kick in, and to spirituality might just be forgotten about because of that survival instinct, animal instinct. And I was taught the basics when I was younger, I'm not expert in bushcraft. Just very, very basic things, and that's all you can do, I suppose. And it was for those that know certain things for a long time are already underground in the duns and underground bases. A lot of these so-called elites are already tucked away, but they can't hide from what's going to hit this earth. They cannot hide at all. No matter what corner of the world they hide, no matter what part of the Far East across Antarctica, they think they're living on a lovely new part of the world, you know, where they're hidden from the public. They're not going to be. They're going to be found, you know. And the new world, the new world order is not quite what you think it is. It's all this conspiracy, isn't it? It's always been this way. The new world order is a negative thing. What about spirituality? The new world order, a new spirit, a new spirituality, a way of living, a way of preserving Mother Earth that's been destroyed. There are positive people working within the system. They're trying to make positive changes. They're trying to kick out the demonic, satanic entities. They are have been working behind the scenes. There are a lot of military certain areas that are kicking certain entities, but there is a war with non-human entities. It's not alien at all. When one looks at the Book of Enoch and you realise the area where they mixed human DNA with non-human DNA genetically, and you really want to know who's the tribe of Dan and who's the tribe of Cain on the biblical point of view, it is very important. I was raised to look into genealogy, and my bloodline, my female side, we were always natural healers, natural spiritual healers, natural, worked with the earth, worked with Mother Earth, and I've always passed it on best I could, and that's stopped for me. My natural ability to heal people stopped when I was attacked in 2002. And I've never lost the ability. I've just been distracted for a long time by these dark energies surrounding me and my situation. And it's been a journey. It's been a journey. And I suppose, I don't know, we're all different, and like, if you really believe, when you hear children, right, playing in someone's garden, do you ever stop to think, are those the real parents? Are they the real people that live there? Or are they part of the satanic underground, under the darkness side, selective breeded children for a certain reason, for a certain purpose, and they have certain people well organized to have, because when you find out how the structure works, and somebody did escape and she made a book and she lost her daughter that was left behind, and yeah, I won't go into certain things. I let other people do that. They already know. The point being is, I ain't going to stop talking 5 minutes. You see, your life can be over in a minute because there's so much things. I just got to watch the time. There's so much distractions in the world. I've never, thank you. Yeah, Tribe of Cain might have got, yeah. What other books or things should a future president look at to help the people to deconstruct this thing? By my source is Jesus Christ. Yes. Or my opinion only is to go on to educateyourself.org. If you haven't already, you have the training. Knowledge and experience of information is a good source. Unfortunately, the written books, in my opinion, I mean, you might still get the old written. You really need to go back to the period if you can find, because a lot of these books are under the Vatican vaults in Italy. There's a lot of these books have been taken off mainstream. If you can find some of these books, I don't know if you can even search the dark web or the commodity and the prices they might charge. But I'm not an expert and I don't use the dark web. But knowledge is a key power, because they're going to try and reset and create this one world on the demonic side of control. It is going to take light workers, I call it light workers, to support foot soldiers of the light of Jesus Christ, who died upon the cross to save us from our sins. And I do believe you don't necessarily need books to have guidance, to know which way to go, to lead the future, for after this massive chaos, the massive destruction, and a lot of darkness to affect the earth, because the earth will survive, and yet it might not be quite the same. And of course, my region might just be underwater, because when the pole shifts happen in the way they're planning it, well, there's natural events, Mother Earth, natural events. You can imagine England as an island, and then the island is hideaway. And you see when bad weather happens, and they're using HARP, geoengineering, weather manipulation. And why was that created, and how long that has been around? And then you see why they want people to start, yeah. So there's a lot of information out there. If you really need a resource, words are key. Definite meaning and definitions of words is key. And I'm not a scholar in English, mathematics, or anything like that. It's just life experiences and knowledge I've gained, like anyone. I'm just like anyone, really, in that regard. So in response to your query, if you believe it's going to be, in my opinion, the future doesn't need a president, doesn't need a leader. It needs a spiritual, how could I put it? Just look at this way. If these I'll just give you a theory. If you look at the Avatar, movies, and then you look at the Lord of the Rings, the recent release, and you look at the different species and look at some of their spiritual beliefs and way of lives, and you don't necessarily see books, and you see people. It's a storyline, it's a movie, it's scripted, but just an example, it gives for the future, it gives an idea where if eventually humanity saw some kind of spiritual sense to formulate harmony for Mother Earth and to grow and in a higher dimension, and this so-called, I call it, scientists and that they want the future for everyone to be hive mind and to link their thoughts and the literally the connection is this in a one needs to research the subject really of hive mind and what that intends and how could that possibly connect humanity to all thinking the same, acting the same, behaving the same. Be careful when you research on that subject and the technology involved, because some of the technology is very advanced and is not always public knowledge. And if you talk about it, you're just going to be monitored and observed and treated like you're talking and making it all up. And because some minds, sadly, some people are not ready, and they will if they work in public service, and they will treat an individual as they create words to think about oneself. They will track what you're doing online and stuff like that, and they will think you're just making it all up and you just want to be monitored and want to be taken out and want to be just shut up and just go away and forgotten about. That's the simplistic way of putting it. I do believe if there wasn't any internet, there wasn't any technology, it will be a blessing. Humanity's gone too far in advancement in technology, and it's destroying the planet, destroying each other. But it won't go away, because in Dubai, somebody I used to know years ago, he in a business he used to run, the royal family in Dubai already had electric cars, electric technology, holograms, and that was in the late 90s. So you can imagine what technology they've got now. He showed me the plans for this area to be the first for England, well, this part of the world really, to have electric cars, like mini taxis, automated AI run, the software. His partner was the programmer and he was the one in business, in sales, and he was the brainchild of it. And he's a world traveller, and his family does come from one of the bloodline families of the Illuminati. I had no idea at the time, by the way. He was just an honest, decent man. and very, very loyal friend. And very much into Freemasonry. I didn't know all this. The photographs I've got of him and I together I'll always treasure, because he was the first genuine man of business. He taught me a lot about business in the early years. And he's the one that introduced me to modelling in those days. And he's a very good photographer. And he introduced me to the parties all those years ago. All these people I met were very, very well off. Very, it's a bit how the other half live. And yeah, those were the days. So in a way, I was able to have the opportunity to teach my children when they were old enough, and we travelled ourselves to see a bit of the world, you know. Not much, but a bit, and to see how to give them a street knowledge of life in a way, and then for them to find their own feet. When my son, I'll give an example, how spirituality is very important. It's very hard to keep remembering. I'm not perfect either. My son had an out-of-body experience when he was young. He got hit first, head on, by a car. His bike with him went up about 2 feet in the air, straight down on the windscreen. And I was coming back from the gym that day, and I saw this commotion around the local shop and the cars and the police and stuff. And a friend of his went up to me and said he's at hospital, so I got escorted down there. And he was unconscious, head full of glass. They took all the glass out, got a broken nose, the face, the arm. And I was told by the public servants there, they don't know how he survived. That impact would have killed anyone. Now, it wasn't until it took, I don't know whether it's because my natural healing training I've always had, I was able to psychologically and practically help my son recover. And he was very, very good at he's always had that skill in him somehow to know how to heal. He's always had that, something about his personality. Yeah, so he told me in confidence certain things a little while on. What he saw, his body laying on that hospital table in the emergency room. And he was just suspended and looked down at his body, and somebody was calling his name, you know, to go through another dimension. But he didn't use certain words. He used, I can't repeat for confidentiality for him. But when people talk about things like that, you need to be very careful. It's not a Luciferian of the dark side, you know, the light bearer. Can be taken differently. I learned this years ago. But no, his experience was genuine, and I know why also. I was in the right place, the right time sometimes to help others. I don't know why, but I am. And there's a long time ago, I was the right place, right time to help my nephew. He would have been dead if I wasn't at that swimming pool at the time, long time ago. He's now doing well for himself as an adult and with his partner and his children. If he died, that wouldn't have happened. You know, things happen for a reason. There's not always good and there's always bad. So, yeah, so be careful about future technology. The world is too much like that. another point, if you ever seen Matrix movies and things like that, this is just like living in one. It's like you're living in a stimulated reality in a way, because there is a YouTube channel. It's a good research source for information. What I'm saying is really good to research on that channel, because you'll pick up a few things I already said, and that will go in more detail in the visual context, and you can take it what you will. Discernment is worth just being careful about. Again, stimulated reality, I think you can search it. I think the videos are still there. Nelson, and I've forgotten what he's called now. I won't go there because I can't remember the name. But so on that part. Yeah. The ultimate is, isn't it? Is the if you look at the biblical history and DNA, you know, why do you think they created the genealogy charts and getting the interest in history and genealogy when it goes back to who in DNA related and genetically related to the tribe of Dan and the tribe of Cain? I've known behind the scenes certain things that's been going on for a long time, genetically. And there's certain things I can't comment on what I know genetically and DNA genetically, because I had my 2 other channels taken down because I found out something, what the ultimate goal is. And that's why I have to be careful what I say in any platform. Funny, I was just watching that. Could you scroll up and read what I wrote about the Catholic Church and give your thoughts? The head of the Catholic Church is the Queen. You worked it out. You worked it out. She used to be the postmaster. Bingo. But an American filed for it a few years ago. Bingo. Postmaster General. He's now passed away. Maritime law, postmaster. Exactly. There's a guy in England called Christopher. I've forgotten what he's called now. The full information now. He's gone on to a different platform. It's about the flag. Yeah. Her heritage. Anyone could find this out. She's really German, descent. I mean, no disrespect to Queen of England, the royal family. But there's other things I'm aware about them, which I won't mention here. Other people do, but with the subject postmaster and reference also to the guy, he's now passed away, Win Miller. I'm not mathematical in that sense, so oh my goodness me, I wish I were, because I would have got that book a long time ago. Sentence grammar. Please be careful about that, sentence grammar with Win Miller. But just using the tools of postmaster and what that means, and you're looking at what is maritime law, sea of commerce. That's all it is really. 2 words. Business, commerce, business, monetary system, and who on earth put the living man or woman as seen as surety for that birth certificate in the first place? The trust bond. And then when you learn about sector of value, and when you learn about Bill of Exchange Act 1982, I can't remember now the year. I've got these documents. It's a lot of information I've studied over the years. And then when you do learn about how to do acceptable value, all this information and knowledge is taught in a lot of these Latin schools. The bloodline families, their education, the children do not go to mainstream education establishments. They're taught in Latin or private, skull and bones, there's all such, they're all connected. All this information is connected. It's like a spider's web in a way. It branches off in different directions, and people talk about the reset, WHO, and so many. It's like a pyramid, really. Who's at the top? You break it down. You've got Knights of Templar, you got the Illuminati, you got the branches of Freemasonry, you got the satanic side of it. It all breaks down, but really down the bottom, ordinary, you call it presidents or public servants, members of parliament, I suppose you want a mainstream terminology. They're just puppets for the hierarchy. And then why the times we're living in, for example, in England, is taxation being paid for the royal family or for similar? What do they do? Do they bring in tourism to England, for example? But when people quote that standardisation, one needs to look back in the period of history and the nobility, and then the Knights of Templar, it goes back and back and back and further and centuries ago, and it really does relate to biblical periods and the bloodlines and how certain bloodlines and certain information is very much protected within the Catholic, I suppose. Doesn't matter what you believe in the sense of mainstream religion, because there's always been some kind of war. Sometimes you look at how did the calendar created, how did the mainstream dates calendar was created, because that was automated, that was changed a long time ago. When you look at the origins, the true origins of Christmas, Easter, standardized modern holidays, I suppose you call it, when there wasn't ever a true date of Christ's birth, Jesus Christ's birth, but yet it's paganism. When you look at paganism, when you look at Egyptian traditions, when you go back in history, you find that this is just a normal way of people on the earth at the time, in their rituals and beliefs, and ways of doing things. It was just what they did. But yet some of these traditions have been twisted and turned, and it's very, very demonic, and very, especially when it carries us on in 21st century. And when they believe that they can still do the demonic things to kids, to people generally, when you got gangs and groups and satanic ritual abuse is going on, all sorts. And it just really boils down to one thing, always does. So it's getting late for me, so I'll just keep the short. Bear with me. So it all leads back to Rome, Vatican, to the connection. When they talk about wars, really these countries established as companies, they're corporations. It in the general public eye, you would say Italy or Rome and things like this, and England are countries. No, UK Corporation Inc. It's just like what? And America. Look how America was established, thanks to the British invasion. Yeah, how was it you know, you look at the true history, not what you've been taught. Look what they did to the native Indians. Look what they did to Australia and the natives over in Australia and New Zealand. Gotta blame the British for this in history. Conquer and divide. And who was behind it? Royalty. You know? A business. They've got to conquer the Commonwealth. What's the Commonwealth about? Business and trade. Trade markets with India, with all these countries, Persia. You know, it goes back in history. It's always to do with barters. In those days, it was bartering, it was trade. And the law of the sea, it was like using the sea as trade, you know. We're swimming on the sea, you know, commerce, you know, but they brought commerce and the sea onto the land. So how could they make income to trade and commerce on the land, not the sea? You know, ships are on the sea. They saw the living man or woman as surety. Now, when you look at these words and definitions and knowledge, it's a massive, great big deception. But yet, the knowledge, the true history, the true facts has always been leading back to Rome, to the Vatican and the Catholic Church. And no disrespect to Catholics, you know, whatever you want to believe in. But, you know, a lot of people don't care, don't want to know. There's too much going on in the world. There's enough to survive as it is. And they just want to give up and go along with the flow. And I think, unfortunately, you're going to find that people will cave in, you know. They will cave in for the sake to feed themselves, to live, to have a roof over their head, to food in their bellies and feed their kids. They will take the mark of the beast. They will, it's not quite what you think it is either. So for those that have the skills, the ability to make this place and to do this spiritual fighting, yeah, lawfully, by the way, and not encouraging any unlawful activities, because the internet things will be controlled. You won't be able to social credit system. You won't be able to do this, that, and the other without their system. And this is where it is time for the uprising, the spiritual uprising, and positive note in the name of Jesus Christ, you know. And for those that do not survive, you know, it is naturally our time to go. But do not, in my opinion, don't ever be tempted to cave in, because that's what they want. They want the soul catching. They want to take over. Long-winded response, I suppose that was. Yeah, I do like Derek Price and what he was preaching, Englishman, the minister years ago. I've been studying and watching for a long time, and he's been very good and spot on. Casting out the curses of the demonic realm as well. I'm well aware, crash laptop to prove it, scroll up. I am aware, crash laptop to prove it, scroll up please. Yeah, I did. You don't have any content on your channel at the moment, I've noticed. Yeah, I don't have any contact with my family members. It's part of what I go through, unfortunately. So to demand, I have to can't pronounce that word, REPARATIONS, with item sureties. To be the surety is actually to claim the live life claim back. Let's get some light on this subject. Yeah, I could only quote how the system. You need 2 or 3 witnesses to. That's no need to be living, flesh and blood, man or woman, for a period of time, and to state that you are alive. Because unless it's a repetitive, it's been like this for a long time by the birth certificate creation. So it's been repetitive. So say if you go into, I can only quote England because I don't know, the system may be similar in America, but I don't know where else. Say nowadays you can be artificially stimulated and implanted to have a kid, the sperm donation and things. But to say it's the old-fashioned way of creation, having a child. And just for this point of view, so mother has a child in hospital, and the public servants, nurses and midwife in their job title comes along, and in the middle of the bundle of joy, and let's hope they are born healthy, the child, the mother's in pain and just giving birth, and it's not a time to shove some documents in front of them, her or her partner or husband, and to say, well, just sign here. They won't know what they're signing. There's non-full disclosure to start with. There's not meeting of the minds in contract law. And they may also say, oh, we just need to go and weigh the baby. I don't know what it is like now. I'm just assuming what it used to be like. I don't know how they do it nowadays. But this is where, yeah. So just want to check the weight of the baby, and sometimes they might just take a prick of blood off the child's heel, or the baby's heel. They were used allegedly, I have to put alleged for my protection. They were used allegedly that ink to print on a piece of paper as this entity, which is not named yet, is actually alive. This is the footprint or handprint, whether it's the baby foot or the hand. They put on top of a little bit of blood, and it's signed by the agents of the hospital, and they hold the original live birth record. What is given back is a bundle of joy to the parents, and with a piece of paper called a birth certificate is a statute produced certificate, a bond document, copyrighted by the Crown Corporation, City of London. And the original was kept without the knowledge of the parents, and is up to the age of that child to reach maturity of the age of 7 to say, hello, I am alive, I'm claiming my estate back, and the agents of the state have no authority over personal affairs, my personal life, and but yet what child at the age of 7 knows this, or what any individual knows this, and by that time the acts and statutes come in to do the taxation, to assume, make presumptions that one is a birth certificate name. Bingo. So they created another surety trust. So the agents, i.e. the public servants, are seen as a beneficiary, and the living men and women and that child as it grows up into maturity of 18, say, are seen as the surety for paying for public services and taxation, etc. And unfortunately, when because it's like a rolling door, you know, over periods and periods of time, and they're generating the energy, the sweat equity out of the living, and this creates the profits for the corporations, the big corporations that obviously nowadays we hear about even more. But the banking industry always known about this, and at the bottom of it all, yeah, the Queen, the Crown, you know, copyrighted the business side. If you're going to commercial, Crown commercial, I'm not quite sure the actual correct title right now, but they have great contracts out of the public purse. So when you say, like, during the past 2 years of lockdown, you know, where's all this public funds come from to help people out in small businesses and businesses to keep afloat? Where the packages or supports come from is actually come out of thin air, because there's never been a value in printable Bank of England printing promissory notes. And if you go in and research what promissory notes are, and you look at, if you still got any in English currency, for example, if you look at the word of promises paid, the bearer and demand of, there's an actual number written in a numberistic form, like in words. And it would have the Queen's head in, and it's a belief system. It's worth a value, say 20, £10, £50. But no, it's a promissory note. So then when you go into sector for value and you do an offset in accountancy, and you learn how to do an offset and do an angle using the national insurance number, and at a certain angle, that stops the double dipping of these corporations and being paid twice. But yeah, I mean, all these connections, people that are gone to certain private education establishments, and the certain bloodline families have been taught this already know. And this is why you think, well, how come there's a certain percentage of people in wealth on this planet are able to do what they're doing? Because they know how to work the system. And there should never ever be homeless, there should never be people losing their homes, and it should all be an equal balance, and all this information should be free, available knowledge to use. And in my opinion, it should go to barter system, not crypto, not digital currency, not control. It should be an equal share and equal abundance, and all natural and not artificial. And the food, the water, Mother Earth, as it always should be, is God's creation. And it's been manipulated for centuries. So it's always to do with, isn't it, when there's rumours of wars and famine, etc., it's always been over money per se, and power and control. It's nothing new what's going on now. It's always been there. And only a few so-called privileged bloodline families know the truth. But no, it's out there now, you know. Spiritually speaking, is out there. And yeah, you play back my videos, powers that be, I know you're monitoring what I'm saying, what I'm doing right now, because really at the end of the day, I don't care anymore. I really don't care. I was born here for a reason, and I'm still here. And no matter how much trauma again and triggers you do to me, I'll keep going. At 10 to 8 in the evening. Yeah, it's also, look, another weather Solar storm conditions persisting. 6.9 earthquake in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge at Sunday. My goodness me. Prayers and blessings to them. Yeah. Educateyourself.org. As I said, I need to go and do something now. They're just going to sort of, when you get knowledge and you are in certain areas in life, then they're just certain things are going on. Educate yourself, as the website states. Educate yourself. .org. And spell / and then I would look at a video, this subject, okay? It's called The Straw Man. And then that will make you take some, might take you down some rabbit holes, but it might just add to some information you may already know. Thank you for your assistance. Last one. How would the Antichrist ascend to the throne? Oh my goodness me. That's a very, very good question. All I suggest, in my opinion, is to go and watch, isn't there the Illuminati cards? Educateyourself.org, go into the 21 goals of the Illuminati. Then you do some digging, and then you can work it out. If I mention anything like that, displays in the hands of powers that be. You say you're a Christian man of faith, or Christian individual, I should say, of faith, then you already know. Okay? We already know how it's going to come. You don't know it's a male, female, this spirit entity. You know, the Satanists, as I said, are already here. They're already working this. They've already got this planned. So the bloodline with that particular channel pointed to Obama, can't pronounce the name. His ancestry, his bloodline, all this conspiracy theory going on with him. But yeah, I would take it with a pinch of salt. Whatever you find with that subject, and then just trust your own gut, spirit. Trust your spiritual integrity, trust your gut instinct on it, and you will know. It's not pleasant, because there needs to be these trials and tribulations of a massive scale to come through all this. This is just the beginning. So people that's just playing it out in the garden, having a barbecue, going to work, they have no clue. If they do, they're not showing it. And what does it say? I'm not quite sure which part of the Bible. You might know yourself. Hearts of men will fail. I'm not quite quoting specific scriptures because I can't remember. Be there are the snakes in the grass. The site's been updated in the background, okay? There is a channel called Divine Truth 1. That individual has the most important information of non-human entities and how this has taken place. That's what I'm going to say. And that is it's not very pleasant to read or to view or to know, but it's the truth. Because they're from the tribe of Dan, and they're the seed of Dan, and yeah, the seed of Dan, eh? So for the Antichrist. And do you know, I come across a couple of movies a while ago. It was dated, the two movies predicted what we're going through now. And that was dated 1981 and 1982. I saw these movies about 6 months ago by chance. Come on my computer to feed up, pop up as a Christian movie sort of thing. And it was like, what? You what? Oh my Lord, this is all happening now. No way. So getting rid of preaching the true Christian Bible verses in mainstream churches, banning them, burning them, hunting down anybody with a spiritual God feeling or gene or DNA feeling. They have this natural spirituality in them. They want to squash it out. It's all in the storyline of the two movies. And then in one of the movies, you had the hinting at the mark of the beast, but it didn't show really what it is, but it's more to do with technology. And then, in my opinion, anyway. And then in the storyline, you had, if you don't do that, then you're hunted down and you're disposed of. And that's in the storyline in the movies. So, yeah. And that gave a really quite in-depth insight to will you give up the worldly things and take the mark of the beast and not literally you'll forgo your religious beliefs and you will deny that Jesus Christ died upon the cross to save us from our sins as humanity. And if you deny that it existed, then you get to live. And that was just scripted in the two movies. So talk about the Antichrist depends on your definition as well, I suppose. Because a lot of people have a blessed day yourself. And may peace and blessings be with you and you too. Okay, I definitely look at that. We know how it ends. God wins. Oh yes. And type. Oh yes. In the meantime, I've got to play this in the background, so I'm just going to screenshot this. I might better get that website quickly out. Right. That's what I'm doing. The true infilling of the Holy Spirit. My late mum was true and a lot. Oh, God bless. Oh, my God. See, their new and monitoring. Right. Get that website up. It's not on that one. You don't have any contact. Dark already outside. I'm trying to see if I can get this website up. They like to hack everything I do. Interesting. I can't get that up either. Should I find it? That one. Bear with it. Yeah, it was this one. Right, let's find it. If I can find it. Right. Let's go back. I think it's on this one. Lucifer was a site I found. A lot of books, a lot of history, a lot of facts to research. Free World Films. No, freeworldfilmworks.com. So this is a gentleman to research if you want to know a lot of facts. So you've got Skull and Bones, a Catholic connection. So you've got a lot of information there. You've got a lot of links, as you said earlier, to Illuminati and England, and you've got a history, a lot of things I can't quote. Contact to satanic rituals and sacrificing and things I can't quote. Specific Monet program, more than Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. It's more to do Agenda 2050 is the future, but the history of the past is relevant. The secret societies are not so secret, but really all this, where is it? I'm going to have to do a search to find it again. Look at it. If I do, aha, this is helpful. This is a website to go and have a nose at. The future, obviously, is transhumanism. But this guy explains a lot more, and he does a lot of really good visual. He goes into music industry, film industry, and he goes into a lot. It's Nicholson, 1968. This is his website. Let's have a look. The NK Ultra trauma-based mind control. He goes also NK Ultra out of your mind. In my opinion, this is a really good one to start with. I'm not going to play this stuff, but I'm going to have a look. And now on stream this video channel mine. You can also dig around on there and have a nose. So the Monet program, NK Ultra, you might want to go into how this spiritual demonic is linked into the programming, and it goes into a lot to programming, television and all the radio, movies, TV, that kind of stuff. But a lot of this obviously is past history today. And if you want to look into Return of the Oz and Chaotic Journeys, he's done a really, really good job on his graphics, and it's been one to now look to see where you talk about the Antichrist. That really is where it tells a lot more than I can say. Operation Paperclip, Subconscious War. The Illuminati and Ultra Handlers, the mind control movie. You see? When you think you're meant to be asleep, what do they do to the subconscious brain? And what do they do to you when you're consciously awake? So there you go. Right, there you go. But now, I've got to go. I am deleting some, they watch. Yes, they do watch. So, oh yes, let me just go into my stream. Absolutely. So I'm going to right off this internet. The focus. Yes, they do. Yeah, world events plan, prepare, advanced tech. Right, okay. For now, signing out.
Supposed to do? Boy, he'd have it made. That's all he had to do, but he kept thinking about thousands instead of hundreds of millions. And he just kept lying. He's Chinese. I get you, Frank. People can do what they want. I really don't care. It doesn't matter. I see through everyone, literally. As the field, I see through your thoughts. I see through your physical attributes and problems.
I am deleting some, watch.
But I don't have the ability to crank people up anymore. I shouldn't. I need to leave.
Sorry.
And it's not just I need to leave, it's time for me to leave. On the other side, Lily and me and Rasha and Alana, two of our children. This part Lily with me is not and she's a part of the, huge mass of Lily that she was part of that mass when we had our children. So she is also mother to these children. Source children are going to pop out of nowhere and just start cranking people up like nuts. Like I said, as I see it now, maybe 8 to 10 months after I'm gone, and I've probably finished most of the destruction. It's not aimless. There's a point to everything I'm doing. Golden socks, I can't wait to get to you. You're major league scum on this planet. So much of Wall Street. So much of bums in the fucking street. Cartels. All of you suck. You're worthless pieces of shit.
Charlie, what was that?
Guess what? Grandpa's coming home. That's all he had to do. I'm gonna fucking destroy every last one of you. Painfully. Not to torture and abuse you, but to teach you what you've done to other people. You're gonna pay the price. It's justified. It's justice. But you have to know what you've done before I horrifically destroyed it. So, but all the girls, like I was saying, they saw that within 4 months' time. This body's not going to be able to function at all. I still can't do that. I'm fucking abnormally. No. Abnormality. Creation. I set up my stone now. Just out there. We do some shade. The other side, Lily and me, and Rasha, and Lana, two of our children. Lily and I are really with me. She's part of the huge big brothers and sisters. Your big brother, she was part of that man's our children. So she is also mother to his children. First children are going to pop out in over. You look at everything I do with an open mind, you'll start understanding why it happened, especially when you find out about who's being destroyed and for what. After I'm gone, and don't forget there's a lot of beautiful beings on this planet that are being abused, tortured. I can't wait for you. You are major leagues, but all over the world. So much of North Korea, so much of I mean, you know, U.S. everywhere. Taking out stones, pieces, and what's left is coming out.
What was that?
Just a nice, put short lives together. There'll be happiness. There'll be peace. There'll be medical cures, all kind of stuff. Torture will use you. It's trying to teach you what you've done to other people. You're going to be impressed.
Yeah, they do hack into the computers.
Thanks for all of it, for all the consultations and the consideration you've given to me. And the spirit guys have told you, listen to this guy. Or they sent you to me or me to you, however you want to say it, through a video flash in front of your face. And all the girls, like I was saying, they saw that. You're the real deal. You are. So this body's not going to be able to feel this. Hopefully before the end of this year, I'll be free and I'll be at work. It's going to be brutal. And a lot of the good people I can take home, once I myself, by decompressing, their body material mass into heavy particulate matter, like a full-grown person is maybe a third of a speck of dust. So to look like they just disappeared, don't go saying Armageddon and Almighty God. You never had one. The thing you had saying all that shit I killed back in 2013. look at everything I do. No, you've never had anyone that actually loved you. But that's those of you that know me, you know, got a lot of love in my heart, and I care about everyone more than I care about myself. Everyone means more to me than myself. It's always been like that. And when I don't care about something anymore, excuse me, they mean nothing. They mean less than cold ash, fireplace that's been abandoned 3 months, 3 years, 34 years. They mean nothing. They don't count. They no longer have validity. I'm teaching everything what they did wrong as I kill them.
Yeah, they do have to.
The Metaphysically Speaking platform will be picked up and taken over. Deanna owns everything I own, but my buddy Alan is going to get involved right in the middle of this. So metaphysics will never be what I said it would be because Frank agreed, and he wouldn't do it. Certain members of this group that are here to help other people, well, that was the idea. I pulled Frank in on it. He wasn't part of the group. And Alan said, Jay, I don't know about Frank. And I said, I'll fix it. But I can't fix arrogance. I can't fix greed, selfishness, and inability to understand the proper way to treat someone. I think that's Chinese genetics. 17% soul. It's not dirty inside. So anyway, remember, our spirit has no nationality. It's spirit. It all comes from the original first being. But the other members of the group, they have black cards, call them black, sometimes different colors. As soon as they start with about 300 million euros. As soon as you get down to about 100, it's refilled. So it reminds me, I've always liked comics because a part of me really related with others, with being a person that helps others. It's a very natural place for me to go to, flow to. I don't care about that anymore. So there's one time where Thor's talking to Dr. Strange, and Dr. Strange, I think he asked you if he wants some tea or something. Thor said no, what kind of thing. So Dr. Strange put a beer full of a mug, big mug full of beer in his hand. So Thor takes it and drinks it pretty much down to the bottom and sets it down. Puts it down, and then he watches it as the beer refills. That's what these cards do. And you know who's backing them? My buddy Alan. And you know who's backing my buddy Alan? The Alliance of Life. You know the two people at the head of the table, the Alliance of Life. Billy and Alan. Metaphysics will never be what I can make happen, whatever I want happening. But the thing is, I would do nothing without proper reason. Certain members, I have my own set of protocols for everyone. That was the idea. I'm no longer angry because fortitude coming out my ears and nose and everything else. I'm going to be quick to the point. Relents. Destruction and compassion. Chinese was creation is leading. The solid bodies are leading. They're all reasons. Folks, look, thanks for listening. Thanks for opening up your minds and your heart, flexing your solar plexus. To be able to realize that this information that was telling you, as odd as it was, had merit. It always did. The only one that could have brought this to you is me, because nothing can kick my ass. Nothing. Everyone together at one time attacking me can't kick my ass. It's like because our part of me is really related with a being a person that helps others. It's a very natural place for me to go.
Right, be careful that he's also the subject of targeting. Advancement in technology. The individual I know for generation. Advancement in technology. Goodness me. Right, doesn't anybody realise the fact that, let me just try and do that. Witchcraft, yes, it's always been in music, film, music industry. Okay. I'm just trying to get something right. Doesn't anybody realise the fact that, right, let me go into documents. Southern Paralegals, www.spro.com. Guy called David, 2018, was helping me on aspects of certain subjects I could never properly go into here. Did you know that Ukraine Limited is a company, Ukraine? Let me go into this document of evidence. Trying to see if it will come up, because I know they like to hack everything away. So. Did you know that Ukraine Limited is a company? Really? No, why? Okay, hold on, I'm getting feedback. For hacking me. Where's that feedback coming from? Bear with me. All these demons are bloody. Oh. They're desperately trying to attack this stream. Right. Public knowledge when you start digging. So, wow. Nature Business Dormant's Company. The numbers at the end. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you turn these numbers upside down, it would be 66666. But it's upside down, it states 999999, 5 nines. Right, let's have a look. If it's the same. Individuals with significant interest in the company. Let's have a look. HAKERS Associates Limited. Metro House, 57 Pepper Road, Leeds, England. Really? Ownership 75%. Let's go back. It states UKRAINE Limited. Is that a coincidence? Company number 139279195. Let's go to the overview, what the company is meant to do. It says a dormant company. So let's look at. So why do they post? I'm not going to comment any further on it. I'm just going to see why this individual posted in the law Telegram group. What's that got to do with cuttlefish? Anyone knows how the company housing thing works? Interesting thing about the company called. Okay, but it could be just coincidence, right? Who knows? Let's go down further. There's Brighton.com. You can find information on similar subjects of bats. Matrix failed and destroyed the credit ratings. So I'm going scrolling through any free energy Telegram groups. Free energy Telegram groups is very worth notifying and having those round. I can't quote any specific other stuff. Let's have a look. There's a lot of people getting together trying to set up things voluntary. Good luck to them. You got Maximus documents, PDF files on SPL's public open chip on Telegram group. If you want to study subjects of law, and you get the download, you can get a lot of good download information. Okay, another press website, presstv.co.uk, detailed document, or UK's councils invest 500 million in Yemen war to fund recruitment payouts. British councils are making massive investments in arms company that supports the Saudi war on Yemen to fund the workers' retirement payouts. What? Let me find the source and the date. The 11th of January 2019 article. Up to 43 councils' pension funds had invested in nearly 566 in weapons manufactured companies BAE Systems, Airbus, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop, Gunham, The Guardian newspaper reported. Okay, if you believe mainstream media, good luck. As a result, massive investment. The councils earned over 18 million in deficits last year. That was 2019, by the way. When the war ceased, thousands of civilian deaths in Yemen gave way to a pushing famine across the impoverished country. The involvement of UK councils in the war does not end there. However, as they also hold hundreds of millions of pounds in shares in the same 5 companies, by joint investments they do not control directly. At least 40 more local authority pension funds have made several investments in armed countries that range in size from notable sums to tens of thousands of million pounds. This means thousands of council workers in the UK will receive retirement payouts that are partially funded by money coming from extensive British arms deals in Saudi Arabia, it's alleged. Wow, my gosh. Since the onset of the war, 2015, the United Kingdom has on many occasions used British and American weapons to kill Yemen women and children. Allegedly, this is on press.tv.co.uk article. I can't read that out. Not on this platform. I'm not going to read that out on this platform at all. Never watch TV by no what. I'm just trying to find a relevant source. I was looking for a different link for somebody, for something. You got DUNBS, Special Operations, Military Underground Arms. And you want to dig around for that. This is all linked in together. Right. Just trying to get a link or something. And I never put it in. Every week they never put it in.
Hello, everybody in the UK. This is Chris Sky here, and I am so happy to inform you that I'm going to be on a world tour, and I'm going to be stopping in.
Okay, I can't find the link I'm looking for. There's all signs and wonders of what's going on in the world anyway, so yeah. Yeah, people are getting information out about Common Law too. So right, I can't find the link, so there you go. Okay, fine. Okay.
Check the printer settings in Windows 7. On the Start menu, click Control Panel.
Solar flare conditions persisting. There's so much stuff going on in the world these days.
Amazing deals now on at Curry's. Save up to £1,000 on these new 2022 Samsung OLED TVs powered by Quantum Lock from just $1,499 at Curry's.
Mind control, 1979. Oh, the sound's gone down again. Yeah, let's get going. Bloody wires everywhere. Time is of the essence. Does it hit my head? Yeah, they won't put the link in. And I was looking for it. It never responds to it.
Was begun by a scientist who discovered, quite by accident, these signals being sent. Please understand, they are safe as long as they are not discovered.
Given us through His Word. The world considers the things of God to be foolish because it cannot understand it. You shouldn't fall prey to this too because you don't want to be called dumb as well. The understanding of the nature and working of God cannot be dealt with by logical explanation. The human mind is too small to comprehend it. The human intelligence cannot be used to understand the ways of God. However, the very God who called you invites you to let go of the world and to trust in Him. This is what faith means, that you let God reveal Himself to you according to what His Word says, not according to how you want Him to be or how people say He should be. This is what it means to seek God with the Spirit and to seek Him with the flesh. To seek God in the flesh is to try to use physical means to get to God. to please him, and to define him. However, God is more than that. He is a spirit. Those who seek him must seek him in spirit and in truth. And who is the truth? What is the truth? Remember, Pilate once asked Jesus these questions during the days of his trials. John chapter 18, verse 36 through 38. Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest by the Jewish leaders. But now my kingdom is from another place." "You are a king then," said Pilate. Jesus answered, "You said that I am a king. In fact, the reason I was born and came into the world is to testify to the truth. Everyone on the side of truth listens to me." "What is truth?" Pilate. With this, he went out again to the Jews gathered there and said, "I find no basis for a charge against him." You see, Jesus was telling Pilate that his kingdom was not something to be interpreted within the bounds of human understanding, but through the revelation of God. This revelation is called the truth. And Jesus has told us that he himself is the truth and the life. No man can come to God or be a part of God's kingdom except through Jesus. And now, is that possible? Faith and submission. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 6 says, talking about the importance of faith, said, "And without faith it is impossible to please him, because anyone who comes to him must believe that he exists and that he rewards those who earnestly seek him." And then Jesus adds in John chapter 10 verses 26 through 30, "But you do not believe because you are not my sheep. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father who has given them to me is greater than all. No one can snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and the Father are one." You notice the importance of faith and surrender. In fact, permit me to say that faith is surrender. It is the surrender of what you think you know to God who knows everything. This is what Jesus was saying. My sheep, those who believe me enough to follow me based on what I've said, are those who will know who I truly am. They are the ones who will hear when I speak. They will not listen to anyone else. The only voice they will listen to and respond to will be mine, and they will never perish or be destroyed. So, when the Word of God says repent, live a holy life, press into God through prayer, studying the Word and fastings, you won't try to find a logical way around it. Instead, you will hold on to what He says to hold on, even when it doesn't feel good. And you'll let go of what He says to let go of, even when it seems so good. Love, forgiveness, mercy, complete obedience to God's Word, true dependence on the Holy Spirit, repentance from the lifestyle of the world, prayers, and more as written in God's Word are the standards of God's system. They cannot and should never be broken. What you should know is that the voices you hear contrary to what God's Word says comes from the enemy, the devil. The world only echo what he whispers into your ears. They are blind and cannot see. They are deaf to the things of God. But you aren't. If you have indeed made up your mind to follow Jesus, then it's time you deny yourself of these things that everyone else also can. It's time to let them go and to call out to God. Let Him know that you honestly want to follow Him and to learn His ways through His Word. As you open your heart in prayers, commit yourself to reading the Word of God, not like a storybook, as a life necessary for your survival. As you read it, make effort to do everything the book says. When you do these, God's power will rest on you. You will find the will and strength to do things you never believed you could do for His name's sake. Also, Jesus promises to reveal Himself to the man, the woman, the boy, and the girl who does these things wholeheartedly. Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 3. Call to me and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you know. And John chapter 14, verse 21. Whoever has my commands and keeps them is the one who loves me. The one who loves me will be loved by my Father, and and I too will love them and show myself to them. What would you rather cling to? Words of a world on its way to doom and destruction, along with its intelligence and whatever good intentions it may have? Or the words of a God who pre-exists time and all of creation? The choice is yours today, and the command is clear as day. God loves you, my friend, and He wants you to know the truth that has the power to make you free, even if it makes you sad for a while. And that truth is in God's Word. Go to His Word. Seek the Lord in prayer. The best way to solidify a belief is through experience. Ask Him to show Himself to you. Open yourself up to Him so that when He does appear, you will see Him. May God bless you as you abide and seek to go deeper with God. Our God is an awesome God. Heaven and uses the earth as His footstool. Great is our Lord, God Almighty, who made the heavens and the earth. For a God who is so intentional in His ways, tell me, can there be anything that is too hard for Him? What is your answer to this question? Your answer to this question will reveal how much faith you have in God and His ability. Every promise that God has ever made will be fulfilled. And there is a promise to meet your very need in His Word. In 2 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 20, the scripture says that for no matter how many promises God has made, they are yes in Christ. And so through Him, the Amen is spoken by us to the glory of God. Every one of God's promises, no matter how many, are yes. It is computed that in the Bible there are 30,000 promises, all of which are yes, and in Him, amen. No matter how impossible it sounds, when God makes a promise, it is a yes. God promised to save Rahab and her family because she helped the Israelite spies. He promised that the walls of Jericho would fall, but that Rahab's dwelling on the wall and her family would be spared. This was indeed a hard thing, yet it was done. Let us also consider the conception of our Lord Jesus Christ through the Holy Spirit in a virgin. It has been scientifically proven how children are conceived, yet God broke the protocols. He made something impossible possible. For every wish, every desire, every prayer, there is a man to pray. There is a God to answer. In every situation and circumstance of life, He invites us to pray, and He promises to answer our prayers. One of the great prayer promises in the Bible is Jeremiah 33, verse 3. Call on me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. The word unsearchable there may be translated as hidden, fenced in, or hard. The Lord loves to answer hard prayers. It was a hard thing, humanly speaking, to give Abraham and Sarah a child. Biologically, it was impossible, yet their prayer was answered. How hard it was, humanly speaking, for Abraham's servant to find just the right bride for Isaac, yet God answered prayer by leading Eliezer to choose Rebekah. It was humanly impossible for fire to fall upon the altar from the sky, but it was not too hard for the Lord, and Elijah's prayer was abundantly answered. Possibly you have a problem which you have been trying to solve by yourself, and you have failed. Ask the Lord to solve it for you. He can, and He will perform a miracle for you. It is He is a miracle-working God, and nothing is too hard for Him. No matter how impossible it may seem to humans, it is not impossible to God. It was not impossible for the sun to stand still after Joshua prayed and trusted God. When you do not limit God, every impossible situation will become possible. We serve a wonderful, powerful, majestic God for whom nothing is too difficult. As a result, we should never limit God. We must be careful not to limit God's wisdom, for it is infinite. We must not limit His power, for it is omnipotent.
time, for he will display his sovereignty. God is infinite. God is all-powerful, all-knowing, all-capable. There is no limit to what God can do, so we must not make the mistake of minimizing God's unlimited power. Many times we limit God's ability by our perspective. Moses, David, Thomas, the Israelites, they all did too. They confined God by their perspectives, lack of trust, sin, or from just being human. Psalm 78, 41 through 42 explain about the Israelites. Yet again and again, they tempted God and limited the Holy One of Israel. When we are going through things, and the only time we want to trust is when we are assured that things will work out the way we planned, we limit God. When we hold on to our will and our strength for dear life, we limit God. When we try to manipulate things to work out the way we want, instead of trusting God in faith, which is very scary, we limit God. When we don't trust God to move Him to help us move mountains, sometimes we limit God due to the fear that He will make us give up something that is significant to us. This can be our time, our possessions, our money, or even our sin. Being selfish keeps you isolated, but giving can repair and restore. If you are scared to let go, that means you do not trust God to be able to give you back in multiple folds. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5. When we rely on our own power and talents, we are limiting God in a big way, as we can only do so much. Man is incomplete and ineffective without God. Leaning on our own powers will cause your ability to do great things to be short-lived. Open up your life to God more and allow Him to minister to you in the hardest times when it seems that it is almost impossible. That is when you should believe that it is so possible. Trust God in the hard times. It does not make sense to not do so, especially if you realize that God, He's not limited, and to Him there is no impossibility. In Mark chapter 9, verse 23, Jesus said, if you can believe, all things are possible to him who believes. You see, the only requirement from you is to believe, to trust in God, and then obey. Jesus asked Martha if she believed, and Martha replied affirmatively. Jesus asked why she questioned him by insinuating that Lazarus' corpse would have started decaying and the stink would be terrible. Jesus had to remind her again to believe. Then the instruction was obeyed. You see, there is no expression of faith without obedience. It may be hard, but not impossible. All things are possible to him who believes. Our God is great, and with him there are no impossibilities. If you're not ready to believe the impossible, then you're not ready for a miracle. There are a lot of promises that seem too good to be true in the Bible, but you better believe God. All those promises are obtainable. God told Mary that she was going to have a child without meeting with any man. That was simply impossible. Think of it. If you were Mary, would you have believed in God, or would you have dismissed the word as impossible? Do you believe God for the impossible, or do you roll yourself in the hay of doubt? Those that believe the impossible, they experience the unimaginable. There are so many things in the world that seem so and naturally impossible to man. But that is not the end of the story. With God, all things are possible because God's power is unlimited. God cannot be put in a box, and there is no limitation on him. So trust in the Lord, your God. Depend on his unlimited power. Our God can do the impossible. He can bring you out of that pain, that shame. He can turn your mess into a message, a beautiful one at that. God can make a rainbow out of your ruins. There is no damage that is so damaged, no brokenness that is so broken. There is no shame that is too shameful for God to heal and deliver you from. Believing God is able is one of the most important things to hold on to in our faith walk. Let us learn from the story of the three Hebrews. The lesson to learn from Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego is that we have to know that our God is able, that he has the power to deliver us, and that he alone has the power to take over our situation and turn it around at any given moment. Do not allow the situation to cause you to think for even 1 second that your God is not able to deliver. Sometimes we get to a point where if God is even with us, we ask ourselves the rhetorical question of if he really loves us like he says he does. And then the doubt starts to creep into our hearts. It makes the temptation to bow down to the idols of this world that much more. This is doing it, but we have to realize that we are bowing down to false idols. Distract us from the moment, and then we are right back where we started. By saying idols, I mean those things that would rather take the place of God in our lives. These things take our time, our devotion, and these false idols give us false hope. When we struggle with loneliness, we can make a relationship an idol. When we struggle with pride, we can make our social status and class an idol. When we struggle with insecurity, we can make our job title or salary an idol. But none of these things is able to grant true and when we turn to idols instead of turning to God, we have begun to commit the sin of limiting God. We begin to try to help ourselves, an effort in futility. No one can truly help themselves. When we really look at it, what we end up doing is to make a mess out of things. We are only pushing ourselves further into the depth when we struggle again with the tides. Instead, we should allow ourselves to float. And his limitlessness. As Jesus said, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. Matthew 22, verse 37. If you don't trust in the Lord with all your heart, you can't say that you love him with all your soul. Since ancient times, greatness and glory and splendor has always been one of the most elusive targets of man. So many of them have walked this earth with the desire to be more than themselves, to reach new heights, to influence time and beyond, to leave their mark on historical records, to be remembered for all generations. Crave this sincerely, but sadly have never lived up to this reality. They have sought after greatness with desperate desire and need to be celebrated, but have caught ghosts of regret, exhaustion, and spending before they ever truly got to anywhere substantial. The truth is bare for all to see. No man can run far who is weighed down. And to aid unrestricted movement. With this in place, they run without any extra weight on their bodies, having to contend against gravity with less than dead weight. They press against the forces of their hands trained on the finish line. As the Apostle Paul put it in the Bible, 1 Corinthians 9:24 and 25, King James Version. Know ye not that which run in a race run all, but one receiveth the prize. So run, that ye may obtain. And everyone that striveth for the mastery is temperate in all things. Now they do it to obtain a corruptible crown. You were called forth to live for way more than the
Right. Trying to catch me right now. Notice to agent, notice to principal, notice to principals, notice to agent. Everything I discuss on this today is factual and knowledgeable to be researched. Right. Everything I discuss on this today is factual. There is a website streaming a disclaimer, educateyourself.org. The Final Beat System Manifest 2022. Very educational. This is so powerful information to start getting out. They are planning a false event. I've had nothing all day. The demons, freemasonry, yeah, hits a chord, does it? Yeah, making me distracted. Right, let's just screen share. We know how it ends. God wins. Okay. You monitoring me for a long time now, one watching. I know what that is for. You're very demonic. Your assumptions in my private life is fully rebuttal. That is being over again. Go back 29/6/2022, 27/7/2022. To your agents making assumptions in my private life. Right, this individual with no channel. I'll show you this. It could have been AI, computer generated. So just so you know, they use bots and AI computer systems as well. No content. Okay. Let's see when it was set up. See, no content. Okay. So what I say is public knowledge already out there. It's nothing new. But you see when they want to get information out of you psychologically as well, be careful because you don't know who this individual is. They use AI computer system. Genuine that joined 20th April 2021. So they might just use the sub account just to comment on things. So could be anybody. The times we're living in, you've got to be careful. Right. So this individual is very factual and fed. So I won't play his channel. I'll just say, well, you can get your own information. Okay. Brendan O'Neill, who lives wherever he lives, and he's been doing this for years, following the trail. Okay, the Fed has lost, and South Part is pretty obvious. We've headed for hyperinflation. I think stores better have tight security. They want the civil unrest. Prior to 1933, okay, they created the Trust USA Inc. was named after living man John D. Frederick Doe. It's all trust and equity. Down on here, you see what I mentioned about trust and equity, trust law. The foreign stated trusts are generally named as surety for the bankrupt USA. It's the same for England. In debts in 1999, that bankruptcy settled, and the American people paid off every penny to England. Okay, so very good channel to research. Excellent information just come through. He is a spot on always by his skills and knowledge. The scariest movie ever. I would recommend in research if you don't know already. But this individual emergency food supplies, right? So I won't play the video. Prayers for you and JK brother. Hope your health is doing well. Absolutely a godsend. His information is excellent, and a lot of good people are spiritual, knowledgeable, and warriors of Jesus Christ, the Lord, our Heavenly Father. Tensions over housing, crackdown. You see, this is all the scaremongering going on, but this is what the demonic entity wants already. The scary movies 8 days ago. The scariest movie ever, YouTube channel, was Space Force and the Devil. Okay. Already, the history of mind control technologies already been here. This is not just about practical things. It is spiritual, it is technical, it's combined. Excellent channel to go about the demonic side. The entities I do not go into. It's not aliens, it's of a different non-human entity. It is other channel like him, and it goes into Richard Bruce. Okay, the targeted individual, the gaslighting, NK Ultratron based mind control. He focuses on target individual, and you can go and search and find evidence of what he's been doing for a long time. Brilliant. On his channel, it's an excellent advancement in technology, which I already knew. But when you talk about it, the Illuminati bankrolled the rise of the Nazis' power to secret military technology. The Philadelphia transportation portal, is in movies and films. So this was 1930s to 1950s, the next generation of the Illuminati space travel. After the source was developed in 1860s to 1920s. The Illuminati bankrolled the rise of the, I think it could be Russia, is it? Nazis to power, and secretly transfer military technology to them. W. Reich and goes into sodomic, is it? Mind control experiments in the US underground labs, missing stolen children in the 1950s, and it's not stopped. Okay, there is the interview. It's a 5-hour. I might as well play this in the background while I'm trying to do something. It's educateyourself.org. You'll find this gentleman's name, the both of them, and audio interviews. This is on Richard Bruce YouTube channel. In the support video, the 5-hour in his story interviews more about time travel and space, and even travel to other universe. If you don't believe in Super Soldiers program, Super Soldiers talk, might want to research that if you care to know more. It's all interlinked because there's also the complete video autobiography 2001 of that gentleman. So first of all, that is my disclaimer. Educateyourself.org. Now I'm going in and type again to educateyourself.org because it's just for education purposes. There is a lot of activity around here, and I sense the false flag coming up. Educate. I can't spell now. I can't spell it. What was it? Educateyourself.org. Educate yourself. Really putting the scaremongers on because I mentioned freemasonry. Antichrist confirmed. Right, this is the one earlier I said about go and check out the channel. Right, if you want the arrangements, what could be in the numbers. This gentleman is excellent mathematical, working out by the numbers. Everyone's got their niche, and this is Antichrist. Black Obama wins enemy for the brigade. This is what I'm going to play, but anyway. Okay. It works out by the numbers. Falling angel, Obama. This is the gentleman's channel. Jesus is coming soon. Joseph here. Excellent information. He gets out. It's research. Okay.
Code of coding letters into numbers. You can see right through the scripted coded news every day. So guys, first things first.
So if you want to know the heading of this title in reference to Barack Obama wins enemy for navigating Netflix documentary in national parks, and he breaks it down and similar on that one. Okay, so it's not me being disrespectful. You can go and research. Right, the spiritual battle is on. This one I'm going to focus on, but I'm going to put it on a different platform. So now do you want to send me a link to something I'm looking for? Sorry. And there you go. Should be audio now. From the Archives Underground Network from 1992.
1992, and this will be the second underground interview with Al Bielek, coming to you directly from the American Academy of Dissident Sciences. Al, would you summarize for our viewers, very briefly, for these that have not seen your first underground tape, what was the Philadelphia experiment and what was your part in it? Because all of our discussion in this second interview would be about what happened later and about some other projects that basically have not been commented about so far.
Okay, very briefly, the Philadelphia experiment was a project undertaken by the Navy during the war years, which had its early and original genesis in 1931 in Chicago, was moved to the Institute of Advanced Studies in 1934 in Princeton, New Jersey. And by 1940, they had a functional test which proved they could produce invisibility on a Navy ship. That was Rainbow 1. They classified it and made it a project called Project Rainbow. In March of 42, with Nikola Tesla having been the director since 34, it was to have a test of invisibility on a battleship. He deliberately sabotaged it because he refused to be responsible for the loss of life which he expected due to the extremely high electromagnetic power and the energies involved producing visibility effect. So Von Neumann took over in 1943 after a lot of preparation in mid to late 42 and in 43. They held the first test in July 22nd, 43,
which was fully successful. The ship became invisible to radar as well as to sight and to a camera. But they had some personnel problems, not super bad, but nevertheless, those on deck were nauseous and ill and had to be removed after the ship returned to dock. The final test was 12 August 1943, and that one was a total disaster. After it disappeared and remained in hyperspace for some 4 hours by linear measured time in 1943, it returned. And there were some crew members missing, others on fire, and all those on deck were crazy, insane, except myself, who had just come back. And from that point on, the Navy, after one more aborted test late in October, washed their hands of the entire thing and scrapped the project and sent the Eldridge to sea as a regular destroyer after re-outfitting it. The project was dropped in 43 due to the very bad and disastrous results. And in 47, it was taken up again at the request of the Navy. Dr. von Neumann was asked to look into it and see if he could find out what really went wrong and if anything could be salvaged. He did find what went wrong. And since he was already working on a computer design from 1946 at the Institute of Advanced Study, he continued his work. Computer designs were completed in 1952. The first model was built. The second one went to England, and I think the third went to the Navy Department in 1953 with a totally new design, having been working on several projects simultaneously. He had a final test with the Navy in a totally new project in which there was no personnel interaction. They had full invisibility radar and optical, and everybody was happy because there was no problem. So then we classified the project again and called it Project Phoenix. And that code name, Project Phoenix, became the genesis and the cover art for a multitude of sins and a multitude of projects which the government shoveled under that umbrella. I had everything from mind control projects to invisibility project that is a continuation of the Philadelphia experiment, to time travel problems and time travel systems and time tunnels and attempts at crossbreeding humans with reptilians and a few other little strange things all came under that umbrella. So that is very basically and very quickly what happened with the Philadelphia project. The Philadelphia experiment, as it was called, was a disaster because it locked up with the Phoenix project, which was running through 1977 to 83, but in the last month of its running, the last 12 days in August, from August 1 to August 12, Phoenix project was online continuously without let-up. And on the 12th of August, 1983, the two projects locked up with the Eldridge into hyperspace, where it remained for some 4 hours by standard measured linear time.
On deck or
Yes, out in hyperspace. It was not on Earth. It was in a limbo position. And Duncan and I were running the equipment on board the Eldridge. Well, we saw that it was totally uncontrollable and out of control, and we couldn't shut it off. We jumped overboard and wound up in 1983 at the Phoenix project. Stayed there about half a day, and we were sent back to the Eldridge to smash the equipment, return the ship to 1943. Well, this was coming out of the fields, the fog, and the equipment was running down because enough was destroyed that nothing would run anymore. As the fuel started to dissipate, we found, of course, 4 men buried in steel as we went out on deck again, and a 5th man with his hand on a steel bulkhead. And a lot of other insanity all over the place, everyone running around totally in gibberish, insane. Some of the guys were burning, some were disappearing and reappearing, and it was a total disaster. Duncan took one look at this, jumped overboard, went to 1983, as a later record showed, and that was before the fields totally collapsed. He was still able to get back. He didn't want any part of what he saw. The real reason for that, why he deserted ship, so to speak, and went back to the future, no pun intended on the movie, has been a subject of debate now for some 6 years since we became aware of the interlocking projects, actually from about 88 and onward. Why did he return to 83?
best answer I've been able to come up with is the fact that in the period of 1943, between the first and the second test of the Eldridge, then the Chief of Naval Operations, who was Admiral King, issued an order, which we found out about in the last few months, to the effect that if the second test was a failure, nobody was to leave the Eldridge alive. In other words, he proposed to kill everybody. Well, this was interdicted by a higher level orders from the highest level in the Navy, which was the Secretary of the Navy, then James Forrestal, who countermanded the orders. Duncan apparently knew about the original order, and I suspect did not know about the second order, and jumped overboard in panic, thinking we're all doomed anyway. And looked at me before he jumped overboard, like, well, aren't I coming along? I didn't. We changed, in many respects, history, and definitely changed our personal history. Duncan was reborn later in 1951 in another body, and after he went through many escapades with the military and the Air Force from the time of age 18, which was 1978 onward, 68 onward, he left the Air Force and eventually wound up for the Trinity program in the mid-70s. That became his second incarnation. In his second incarnation, as Duncan in the same name. The first and the second Duncans were the same name, Alexander Duncan Cameron Jr., father sort of that. And the second one was named that, according to what he told his fifth wife, who was Duncan's mother, in memory of its son who had died in World War II. And this is not a natural information. No, it was not natural in any way. Made by machines by some technology by the government. By aliens, combining with the government. Brought out the Phoenix Project. Now, if you want to get into some of the other commentaries, many of the things which have come to light in the last few years have made this entire operation called Project Phoenix and the carry-on of the Philadelphia experiment, also Project Phoenix now, more than a little bit bizarre. When they perfected, that is, when they made a working experiment that was without hitch, without glitch, and without problems for personnel, of course, the project became of great interest to the Navy and to other military services. After several generations of revamping, they finally came up with what is today commonly called the stealth technology. Now, the stealth technology basically involves not only the real stealth technology. Yes, it involves not only special coatings placed on the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber, but also the full invisibility technology, which is on the B-1 bomber, has been for many years, the B-2, which is the stealth, on every Navy fighter aircraft in the fleet, on every fighter aircraft the Israelis have, on a number of other Air Force craft, all of the super carriers. And this technology is now reduced to the portable size where an individual can be made invisible. So it's gone through many generations of revamping and shrinking of the size of the equipment, which says two things. One, solid state technology has become of age, and you are now able to do in a very small package things that it once took a huge pile of equipment to do. Secondly, they've modified the equipment to some extent so that it is now possible to make it portable and still agent effective. What the principles now are that they're using, I don't know. I don't know if it bears a resemblance to the original procedures or not, but they do have it working. In fact, there's even a famous photo available of President Bush and his Secret Service man out fishing at Kennebunkport, Maine in the surf. And in between the two of them, there is a fishing pole standing there fishing with nobody hanging onto it, quite invisible, hands holding it up. This is rather a famous picture, and it is there. It has been published and publicized in a couple of newspapers, and merely goes to show that the government has rather good control over this sort of thing. There are other stories, not apocryphal, but real. Yeah, this is the famous picture. Right. Picture, and you see the Yeah, you see the president on the right in his picture, Secret Service man on the left with his arms crossed, and the fishing pole standing there all by itself in the surf. And it's very strange. If you look closely, you'll see down in the water there are splash marks around invisible feet. Right between the two, yes, right there. The angle seems a little bit off in terms of the way the poles are fishing. We don't have the full picture of exactly what bay they were in or where this was and exactly where their lines were actually anchored. Well, this now can be done by either one of two techniques. One, hardware, or the second one, I understand, is they can put the human, that is the Secret Service man, through a special processing where without hardware he becomes invisible for about 72 hours. And then he starts to do the invisible man number and start to come back into visibility, and also he gets, I understand, violently ill when in the process coming back to quote normalcy, unquote. Either way, they have control over processes of invisibility. You might have a very powerful invisible hangover, and the hangover is not invisible to the person who has to withstand it. This is only one of the aspects of many things which have occurred.
One very interesting thing here that comes to my attention is that if all carriers and if all planes are equipped with this invisibility, which basically is also a teleportation technique, then practically all confrontation on this planet becomes impossible because you cannot fight a fleet that can hop around the world ocean at will, just flipping the numbers,
flipping the dials and showing up somewhere else after turning on the invisibility. There's more than one report of this, of a fleet going invisible in the Pacific, off radar, off optical view by private aircraft that happen to be flying in the area. The fleet shows up a day later, so a couple of thousand miles away, and steaming and under completely normal conditions where it doesn't appear like anything has happened. So they've changed location in the meantime, and they were totally off full radar. They're not visible and could not be tracked in that period of time. They made a quick jump of some type and were there. How they explain this to the sailors, I don't know. How they explain to the personnel on board the ship that are not in on the equipment, because these big carriers and larger ships, everybody does not know about the equipment, only a handful of personnel, including the skipper, of course.
maybe this film, the final countdown, gives an idea of how this is explained. They simply said that it was a whirlwind, a cyclone with some time-changing characteristics that moved the ship back in time to the Pearl Harbor attack.
Yes, the film purported to be fictional, and they got away with it, you might say, by showing it as a freak of nature. Well, nature does not engage in those kind of freaks, not so far as we know at any time. My information was that it was a real test. They had the equipment on board. It was the Nimitz, and they were the first ones to be so equipped. And they went back into the past on direct orders to the day before Pearl Harbor, with the intent, whoever gave the orders, that the aircraft on the Nimitz would wipe out the invading Japanese fleet before there was an attack and prevent the attack and thereby change history. Well, as it showed in the movie, one of the civilian observers along was arguing with the captain. He says, "Do you want to play God and change all history?" He says, "If you do," he says, "you don't know how many people will be living who might otherwise have died in the attack, and you would change the whole structure, as it were, of our history and the possible outcome of the war." And nonetheless, in the actual movie, the skipper did not wait. He started the attack, but then in the movie, the natural phenomena closed in on him, and the attack was canceled. In fact, I understand that the skipper got cold feet, called off the attack, and pulled the planes back, and then returned the ship to current time.
So basically, all these things show that these things are real, that the whole Cold War has been a very clever Mickey Mouse game between the two superpowers in order to siphon tremendous amount of funding into these black projects. Because technically, I mean, both superpowers are armed with these advanced technologies. You cannot literally fight a war, or you can destroy the whole planet. But my important point is, what do you think about the recent revelations from so many places that basically this whole war has been a very clever arrangement with the two superpowers that have been transferring the technology behind the scenes?
Are you referring to World War II? Or
after that?
After. Insofar as World War II is concerned, I would say yes. There was a great deal of covert transfer of technology, not just before, but during the war. Before the war, it was not covert. During the war, it was covert. And then after the war, of course, we seized everything because Nazi Germany surrendered. That is, the Nazi group surrendered Germany. They did not surrender, period. The Nazis never surrendered, which is one of the best kept secrets of history. They merely moved out of Germany and went to Antarctica and took one of the best projects and hardware with them. But insofar as the covert technology transfer is concerned, there's a great deal of evidence that there was a continuing covert transfer of personnel. My father was in on some of this smuggling of people out of Germany to the U.S. prior to and during the early part of World War II. And with it, some of the technology, because the Germans developed their own time machine in 1945. We developed the equivalent of it with the Philadelphia experiment in 43 and an actual one in 44.
So these two projects have been secretly coordinated from a higher level so that to compare notes and to see which one would do it better.
That would be true, except for the fact the Germans had no invisibility project. There's no evidence they had one of any kind, but there is some partial evidence to the effect that there may have been an attempt by a Nazi sympathizer to steal the Eldridge in the final test and take it out to sea and turn it over to the Germans.
Or maybe it may have been an attempt by the American power elite to transfer this technology to Germany, as there have been many such cases in history of transferring super technologies to Russia before the Second World War, during the Second World War, after the Second World War, in order to boost up Germany's resistance.
Possibly true. The problem with that is, however, that while at some higher level there was covert cooperation, and during the war, of course, there was a great deal of cooperation between the U.S. and the USSR, and they were given, literally, some 25 pounds of purified uranium before the war was over, under the Russian war. That was the material which was eventually used to develop the first atomic bomb in 1949. But this type of cooperation there was between allies, between Germany and the United States. There was a different story. You had financial interests and industrial interests who were so heavily entrenched in the world financial structure and in the industrial structure that there were deliberate orders out that there were certain bomb targets in Germany and that you did not bomb. And I'm not talking about the concentration camps that did not bomb, but the actually industrial targets which were immune from being bombed throughout the war. The question is why and who gave those orders? Obviously, they didn't come from the general. They didn't come from Eisenhower. They didn't come from anyone in Italy, in Germany, or Italy, or England. They came from some level above, where I don't know.
In the case of the German ball bearings that was stripped of their swastika stamp and used in American machines, or high-grade American aviation in American ships with German crews, Germany for the Luftwaffe.
That part I didn't hear about until very, very recently. But if that is another example of the type of undercover cooperation due to industrial interests to keep the war going, then yes, there was definitely covert cooperation at military levels, which the public didn't know about and most of the military didn't know about. We also have a fine example of the Germans developing jet aircraft in 1939, operational. And they had jet fighter aircraft and two-engine fighter craft and jet bombers by 1941-42. and rockets by 43, which were ready to go into production in 41. And this was before the British ever heard about a jet engine. In fact, they only heard about it because the Germans were building it, and they probably captured one. And at that point, they tried to replicate it. They couldn't. They went to a different design, which was grossly inferior to the British design that was changed much later. But they did not have the correct design. The Americans, I understand, did proceed with the design very much according to the original German designs.
Yes, where did they get the
I couldn't imagine. Much of this sort of thing went on. You also had, in terms of some of the more bizarre projects, you had attempts in Germany, which were becoming quite successful at mind modification. Not strict mind control, but mind modification in terms of indoctrination, which was used by the SS masters to indoctrinate the SS troops in their special rooms, where they were being impinged by 27 kilohertz high frequency energy off the special loudspeaker systems, which hit them in the rear of the head.
I would like to add a little comment here on the transfer of technology, and then we will turn to mind control. It's very interesting to notice, according to a study by an American professor from a major Ivy League university, I think it was a Princeton University professor, that studied Russian armaments industry from the 20s all the way to the 50s. And in his monumental academic work, he, among other things, he noticed that 14 out of the 15 munition plants in Germany at the start of the Second World War, in Russia, 14 out of the 15 munition plants in Russia were built by German technology, with German money, expertise, know-how, engineers, and management. And even to these days, the AK-47, the Kalashnikov submachine gun, fires with bullets that are the original German Mannlicher bullets for the rifle that the Germans had during the First World War. So basically, the Russians fought the whole Second World War with munition produced in German munition plants. After the war, I've heard stories that, for example, Rolls-Royce sold a whole factory for jet engines to Russia because the Russians were way behind, even behind the British, and the British were behind the Germans, just in time for the Korean War. So the whole Korean War was fought with big planes that had their engines built in a factory somewhere in Russia that was delivered by Rolls-Royce. Later on, I heard stories about a whole nuclear submarine being sold to the Russians secretly in the 70s to boost up their submarine fleet because they were lagging pretty much behind. And so this Cold War confrontation was not very real. Everybody in the Pentagon knew that the Russians are behind in submarine production, so it could not be appropriated by Congress for new construction. Or way back in the late 40s, when the Russian ambassador stole a nuclear warhead, a nuclear bomb, and smuggled it out of Washington in his suitcase and onto the plane. All these things do not happen by coincidence or through sheer geniusness of the Russians. Secret delivery range on at a higher level, of territorial level, higher than the leadership of the CIA or the KGB, in order to coordinate this Cold War and to have the two adversaries basically equally strong, so that money could continue to be appropriated by both the American Congress and the Supreme Soviet. And this has been going on for all these years. My personal feeling is that behind the scenes, a massive space program of the two superpowers, with the cooperation and participation of other countries, has been going on. And what we see in Star Trek is a fictional reality is probably a Monday, everyday 9 to 5 jobs for a limited select group of elite intelligence personnel and elite scientists in both Russia and the United States. But I would like to have you all discuss a little bit more about the German mind control project. and how they were later carried on in the United States.
Okay, the initial work that I know of that was carried on by the Germans involved the use of sound techniques, which produced a semi-hypnotic effect on the person's groups and the SS
They're monitoring me. The title,
so
Police State Control Freemasonry. Well, I'm being distracted earlier for hours.
Teams that went all over Russia, Germany, looking for.
Just pausing that, Tanya. They're ramping it up. Oh, I've got to bring back. So let me just mute this in a minute. Bear with me. So they're just hacking and spoons. Just pausing that, Tanya. I've got to mute this. They're ramping it up. Right, so basically all day, the demonic connections in Freemasonry has been in and out like this is like a Piccadilly circus. In and out, in and out, in and out all day in this rock flats. They ramped it up with their gaslighting, stalking, unlawful stalking, and they've been zooming past like there's a World War III right outside the street in the main town, which there's not. So they're wasting public funds, the public servants, public funded. So they've been doing that deliberately. Just a reminder, because I'm streaming this subject, connections with Illuminati, and then you had an individual with no content on their channel about questions of spirituality, money. Well, this to be played back because they are monitoring. I never, you know what it's like, I never get lots of playbacks and all that stuff, but this subject's got their attention. They plot, it's like a military operation, isn't it, Tanya? They plot, it's like the photos you sent me. By the way, you've got it outside your place. So, there's a plot, isn't it? It's a satanic ritual abuse. It is sick, demonic. And I know in England, what's going on, you know, so-called event. So watch out for London Bridge is falling down. The trigger word. If the Queen suddenly, something happens to Queen of England, God rest her soul, if it happens, there's all the speculation, isn't there? And suddenly, there's a alleged false flag event. Okay? So just be aware. We know, don't we, go? We only know too well what they like to do with the false flag events in history. There's a alleged false flag event. So, London Bridge is falling down to code word for the mainstream media. If anything's happened to the Queen of England, the monarchy. And the gut feeling a lot of people are having is something's going to kick off of some nature, but they portray it as something else. Isn't that like history? And now you know what's going on, how they set us up. So I got distracted by a certain individual. So if you go back, if you can see the previous chat. Yeah, look at this. Not rocket science surgery. People are waking up. It's really good. Portal. Build a quantum leap. Do you know, people are really waking up now, aren't they, to the deceit? If you can read back up the chat, you'll see what these questions were. Extremely demonic, isn't it? What's going on in the world? So I think I might hit a chord, a sore point. They just get their revenge back, don't they, Tanya? I did try to change my other channel name, but it didn't work. So my mate's trying to dry my hair in a minute. It's always an automated. Well, do you want my viewpoint? Look, I'm going to screen share this. This never happens, by the way. They're monitoring everything I do. They're planning something to on to me again. Right. It's always an automated. Watch this. Well, do you want my viewpoint? Get your phone and take a screen if you want. Look what they're doing. When that happens to me, Tanya, right, I will try and get a message out to you. 30 views. That never happens. How long since the channel's taken down? Maybe 1 or 2, 3? Not 30. Number 3. Number 3, freemasonry. And number 3 has just popped up. Another individual viewing. Freemasonry. Illuminati. How long since the channel's taken down? Right, let me mute it and say something. Right, I know they're monitoring your comments. Right, so false flag event. There's a lot of people out there predicting, okay, overnight or tomorrow and from tomorrow onwards, serious false flag event. By the way, your comments not coming up because I'm just going to go on this channel. Right, let me go back to that. Will, are you in? I didn't see him pop in. He has not typed in the chat. Will Pontianis, is that Tanya? Will who? Because of hiding comments on this channel. Right. My prediction. In a moment, I'll be back. Do you mean how much, my dear? Look at 9/11. Okay. Okay. Gotta be careful what I say. You know what it's like. I'm late doing stuff. They like the horse, like London. But, you know, I'm not one to say much in that regard. I let other people do that. Right. I ain't got anything to lose. One at a time for it. Okay. Disclaimer, if anything happens to me, this is a record which isn't public knowledge. Information's already out there. London Bridge is falling down as a code word, Tanya. There's a different blog, I don't know how long ago now, but if anything happens to the Queen of England, the monarchy, that there would be a certain protocol. Some of the information is already public, but some of the information is not, and it's just got out on social media, different platforms, I won't say where. And I'm just repeating what is public knowledge, nothing secret. And it's just a protocol. The rumour is that if anything happens to the Queen, and don't forget, look at the history of the mobility of her and her age, she might pass the crown down to Prince William. So correction first, Prince Charles might decline it because of his age. And don't forget how Camilla got into a position and what happened to Diana. Right? So the evidence of truth will be getting out there. And because they've been preparing, look over the history of preparing a king or queen. It's quite interesting, the documentaries. Anyway, so they might just hand the crown down to Prince William, who's very well put together with his wife and their children. Okay? Look at, see whether or not his brother is back in England as well. And just look at the subtle little things, not the big gestures, but subtle things, and you might get some information. Subtle little things, subtle. Yeah, subtle little things. Okay, whatever. It's not just me. Get your money out your bank. Full spectrum survival. You see, I ain't got anything left in there anyway. Okay. Hi, Chinese. Will, didn't your comment? They're just shadow banning me. So, okay. Didn't see it. So hello. I'll carry on listener. Let me see if I've got any notifications first. No, I've got nothing left. No, I'm literally, the cash I've got on me, is that it? That's it. So I've got my food. No, that's it. I'm not putting anything more on the meters. I'm not paying for anything else, because anytime anything can suddenly happen out the blue, as we know, Tanya, don't we? Notice account. Alright, so full spectrum survival. Let's see what he's warning as well. Not just me. Not just me. Right, in the UK, if you're on the watch list, get your money at the bank. Buy food and water with your money. I think we're ready on that, don't you, Tanya?
If you're a homeowner in Arizona, you're still paying for electricity, and you could be missing out on free government.
Yeah, the gas will be cut off in Europe, which is all part of the plan. Intel on YouTube, keep prepping, guys. They want everything electric. If you don't boil your water and cool it down and bottle it by now is very important to do, Tanya, if you can. Just focus on prepping as much as you can, if you can. It's not a surprise, is it? When they've got to manipulate. They're going to manipulate it. Right, wood stove. I've got to figure out how I'm going to get the heat. Do not panic.
You are on a watch list, and so are your neighbors, the people in your city, and your entire country. According to a multinational risk consulting and intelligence agency that delivers information directly to governments around our planet, the risk of civil unrest is surging in more than half of our planet's countries. 101 out of 198 countries that are tracked on the civil unrest watch list have been put at an increased risk for social disruptions between the second and the third quarter of this year, following into the end of the year. Although there have been several high-profile and large-scale protests, according to the firm, during the first half, the worst is undoubtedly yet to come. The watch list is reported to have been based on several factors. These factors include levels of inflation, how countries respond to dissent within the nation, how much of an impact a civil unrest could disturb the country's infrastructure. The report says that nations around our planet have been seeing discontent emerge because of rising cost of living prices. In fact, we have a report here today that there were 90 to 100,000 people marching through the Czech Republic as the people demanded a change. We have people in Italy burning their electricity bills. We have corporations in Germany saying they're going to have to close down. These types of things are happening all around our planet. And look, just today, if you need any more of a kind of reminiscent event of our past Great Depression in the United States of America.
Right. We knew this was coming. Okay, those that are waking up. And especially target individuals. So, if you think of survival, natural survival, okay? Without mainstream electricity or gas, how do people cope in the Great Depression? While you can, if you can, excuse me, watch videos of the Great Depression period, how they made clothes, how they kept warm. You know, you gave me a few tips, Tanya, by the way. Old-fashioned blankets and things like that, wool, not necessarily duvets, but old-fashioned blankets, thermal socks and things like that. I've got all this stuff already. Every winter I'm always prepared. for anything. They want everything electric. Why? Don't forget, when they torture us with their technology, what they're using? Electricity. What's a human body made of? Majority of water. And our, atoms are stellar make up of our body. Water and electricity, is it? I'm not an expert in biology, but is it? So, why do you have to bring in 5G technology? Which is old news, by the way. Because everything digital, everything controlled, transhumanism, and the excellent website, all this information is public knowledge. And the total control. It's amazing. It's spiritual. My birthday coming up, it falls on a full moon. And they have to do the ultimate sacrificing, don't they? They're going to sacrifice. It's easy said and done, but don't be scared. Don't be, they feed off fear. These non-human entities feed off fear. They're soul catching. And not getting mine. So this is a war of spiritual proportion. A bit like an old-fashioned movie, really, good and evil. Yeah? Well, the puppets that are controlled, that does the gaslighting, home invasions, all the stalking, they're the ones that their soul has been lost, unfortunately, because they've been manipulated and controlled by a darker force, darker energy. And for the ones that are not easily gone that way, they are monitoring us 24 hours a day. And they use, why do they use quantum computers? Brain, the technology, Tanya, and you got the links as well, you share. So, to cut everything off, practically, not everything, because they want to make profit still. Just rationing. It's a bit like war, isn't it? My mother taught me years ago what it was like for her in the war years as a little girl. So she taught me and my brothers and sisters when we were younger how to make do and what to survive and what works and what doesn't. So it's not changed because people in that period of time, when coal was coal, when it was just an old-fashioned coal fire, that was great. Old-fashioned cooker, and you shoved your coal and wood in, wood stove. Oh, yeah, it's amazing. I didn't even know what it was at the time because I didn't know no different. But why was the invention of cookers, gas, and electricity back in all that period of time? How long ago these inventions were created to create the commodity and dependency on mainstream electricity and gas, or anything technology. Tesla, all those inventions years ago was free energy. All those years ago. But what happened? The Rockefeller, the banking families, elite families swarmed in and created whatever. Anyway, that's history. Anybody can research that. Anyway, I'm just going to mute while I've got to do this before my hair turns upside down. DNA recording high plasma blasters coming our way. Very I say unto you, well, Tanya, is a spiritual war. Oh, light and love and protection to all us going through so much. herbs around. You know, when they want your attention, they start doing. I'm trying to see the comments getting pop-ups at the moment. My neighbour growing up had a coal stove. There you go. There you go. We had a coal shed. Can't speak now. A coal shed. And I got locked in it one day. My naughty brothers and sisters at the time was a kid. I spelt that right. Now, I haven't spelled that right. Bed in the garden. I spelled that right. Right, so my late mum basically gave us a literal, see the mess about me speech now, list of things to do. So we did all that, and shoveling the coal, getting bags of coal delivered. That was in Cornwall many moons ago. And then we had our vegetable. So my mum learned all these tricks and information and from her mum, when eventually, when the kids were allowed back to their own parents, that ones that had parents after the World War II. And these are the stories you're told just growing up, you know, from a parent that lived through war years. So, and then, so, you know, you get tales passed down through family. So my gran would tell us stuff when we used to visit about her family in Cornwall, because we have a very deep-rooted Cornish female bloodline. It's a very interesting history. But in that period of Great Depression, and if you had farmland or lived near fields, and it was just very sort of like you just like as kids, you just go picking the orchards, you know, the apple orchard. You had one fruit a day. Or your strawberry picking, and my late mum taught us how to forage for wild edibles, I think you call it now. But for dandelion leaves, what they were helpful for, you know, for your health, and buttercups leaves, and all these things I was taught as a kid, and some as you get older you just forget because modernization and every day it's changed as you get older, you know. But in these times, it's like the memories float back, and you've got to be careful with the neuromonitoring, by the way. And if you remember anything, write it down. And then if you come across, in my opinion, a hard copy, I've got that somewhere, where it details which wild flowers or things like that is useful for what. So is it useful for spices or putting your foods, or is it useful for healthcare? Because all those years ago, before Big Pharma come in, it was implied that natural health and natural remedies was what was, especially in Cornwall. But in all those years ago, they used to condemn anyone that knew natural health, you know. So, and when you look at the institute, well, the Tavistock Institute, the history of all that, not just on this targeted subject, but also to do how did the national health system come into England to start with. So when you look at the evidence, who was behind that, and it organised, and who funded it, you do the research and you find out where we are today, the big pharmaceutical corporations. And now we are going back to old school. It's a 360 turnaround in all areas. So they want a civil unrest, yeah. But I mean, I can't see that literally happening in England, to be honest. I really cannot see it happening. But I can see complete mindsets of individuals, and unfortunately I don't know how that affect me. There's certain things I won't even speak public about it, Tanya. I'll try and message you on Telegram and email, because you know what it's like when you're in one situation, right? In this month, £150 won't get anywhere, but when when the costs, the deliberate inflation of the monetary system is going skyrocketing, and even more by next year, then who's really behind it? And when you find out who's behind the puppets and who's pulling the strings, then you can see the bigger picture, okay? So I've got to just put some chill out tones on. I'll just mute it for a minute because my mate's got to dry my hair. How are you, Tanya? I've got to mute this for a moment, okay?
under the impression they were. Certain command methods could be used to have the pre-programmed person on command do something which had already been programmed into them by the CIA, NSA, or whoever was using these techniques. This was all part of the mind control programs of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And this stemmed from basically German work and from some Japanese work, because the Japanese work comes into the picture later in the 70s onward, using RF techniques, microwave, and satellites. But this required a great deal more research in between. After the beginning programs of the 40s and the 50s, Wilhelm Reich threatened to expose the whole business to the public, and he was then they attempted to hold him to court once in 1954. He refused to show and he got away with it. He sent a letter to the judge. But he was inherently unhappy with what he had been used for. He said he would never work for the CIA again. In fact, all of his lab personnel were armed to the teeth to keep out one particular government agency, and that was the FDA. If any FDA personnel ever showed up on any of his lab property, orders were to shoot first and ask questions afterwards. Other government agencies cooperated with.
It was very interesting for me, the connection that you were discussing yesterday between some certain indoctrination techniques by Indian yogi cults that were later introduced into the CIA, indoctrination techniques that involved some specialized sexual practices.
This had nothing to do with yoga practices. This was a direct offshoot from the Wilhelm Reich techniques and Wilhelm Reich's research. Basically, we'll not go into the whole 9 yards of it on camera, but basically what Reich discovered in that 5-year period, 47 to 52, was that there was a great relationship between the mental functioning of the human and sex and the orgastic state, as he called it. And that he found that in the orgastic state, if you could hold that point where the person was about ready to have an orgasm, but not have the orgasm, you were held at a peak point of nervous excitation. At that point, the human subconscious and the human conscious locked together in an open line. And everything that's in the subconscious becomes available to the conscious mind.
The soul connects to the mind.
Right. Therefore, you can reprogram that person if you know what you're doing. And Reich found out partially how it could be done. And the CIA, after many years of work, and the NSA found out how you could complete this so that a person could be programmed with certain inbuilt mechanisms, functions, memories, change memories, whatever. And while the initial techniques were more physical, after some time in the 70s, they developed purely electronic techniques, which would induce the orgastic state and hold it electronically. And these pieces of equipment are in every hospital in the United States which accepts federal funding by law. It requires a double floppy disk in the computer. One is the standard floppy, because they use these equipments normally for EEG measurement, for shock therapy if they need to use shock therapy in the psychiatric wards. But with the induction of a special second floppy, which goes into a portion which is normally locked, this is the so-called orgastic floppy, which induces that state in the person who is wired up to this equipment, which now is adds to very tiny little probes, which are 50 millimeters square. And in the certain appropriate points of the body, they are attached. I won't go into all of them, but all of the body and very critical nerve ganglia points. That person is pushed and thrown, if you will, into the orgastic state. And then by computer, they can change that person's mind, memory, programming, whatever. When they're done, shut it off and install a final command that they don't remember anything that's happened. And then, of course, the person is released. No drugs, no messy techniques of the earlier Reichian form. And they can be done to a patient, whether it's a regular patient or an in-out patient, at any institution in the U.S. that has its equipment. Private hospitals are not accepting federal funding, do not have the law requirement to carry such equipment, but it is recommended that they do. But every major hospital that has federal funding has required by law to have at least one of these machines there, and they're usually kept under tight lock and key. This is how far some of the programming techniques to go on in this country, and this is only one. A friend of mine who works in one of the hospitals upstate New York has personally seen the equipment, and he didn't say he'd seen it in operation, but I think probably he has. And he knows exactly how it works and exactly what is done to make it function, and that it can be used for those purposes. Those took many years of research after Wilhelm Reich, and of course Reich died in 1957 in prison. He had to refuse to reveal what classified government work he was working on in early 57. And the judge said his hands were tied. He had no choice but to commit him to prison unless he could show good cause why he should not. Which meant he had to talk about his classified work, and he says, I can't. So he went to prison and died there. And of course came the famous FDA book burning of Wilhelm Reich's works. They went around and literally confiscated thousands of Reich books, and in a particularly vicious form of Nazi book burning, went ahead and burned the books. These have been republished since, most of them. I think there are a few that are still out of print now privately. They didn't get all of them, of course. They got them in the bookstores and the places where they were normally purchased.
This was an Orwellian blacklisting.
It was a form of Orwellian blacklisting.
From the libraries and from the academic memory of this society.
Right. He was showing in all of his published works, which was not only his journals, his Journal of Ergonomy, but all of the various magazines, the books he had written and published, which were many, about a dozen. He was showing the function of orgone energy, not only in terms of the human body, but in terms of the atmosphere, weather control, smog, the relationships of smog and smoggy conditions in the Earth's atmosphere that was related to the loss of orgone energy in the atmosphere and so forth.
Presence take is about weather control.
Yes.
Related to orgone energy.
That's very true. Radiosondes, as they call them. And these radiosondes, believe it or not, were designed initially and built in breadboard form by Wilhelm Reich in his laboratory in Rangeley, Maine. And they were shipped down to a neat little laboratory in Long Island called Brookhaven. And there they were beaten into a production form, found out how they could produce them by the thousands fairly inexpensively. And they did. Preston bought up nearly the entire stock in the United States surplus because they were banned after a certain point of time for being used. And the government didn't want the secret out that they were modifying the weather, not measuring it, because the ground receiving stations were not being used. And the government, all they broke was the transmitter. So what do you do with the transmitter if you have no receiver? Well, you're doing something else. And they were. They were modifying the weather on an experimental basis. And the bigger units were capable of steering hurricanes. The AMT-6 started out with a little box, an AMT-2, then a slightly larger one with a white plastic bubble on the top shaped around section. And this AMT-4 was a little more powerful. And you used that as a more advanced form of weather control.
This is one of the earlier models.
This was the earliest model, the AMT-2, which comprised of this white portion. It had the same antenna in it. It was run by a battery pack. And the rest of it was a different kind of a box structure, which contained some elements, namely three sensing elements. One was barometric pressure. The other was a special strip which actually sensed the amount of orgone energy in the atmosphere and converted it to an electrical signal. The other one sensed the amount of door energy, which is considered a disintegrant orgone energy in the atmosphere, sensed that and gave it an electrical equivalent. And this went through a special modulator chopper system, and it was fed out in the transmitter, that small unit being one of the first ones, with rather low power, which would then modify the weather experimentally in a limited area. They went from smaller to bigger boxes and finally to the big AMT-6, which in its final form, which you can hardly find anymore, was in a cylindrical tube that stood about this high off the floor, about that diameter, had a huge antenna that stuck out at the bottom about that long. And the antenna was deployed after it was in flight, so to speak. The large ones were taken up in a plane and dropped off a parachute. Smaller units went up in a balloon.
So basically, this is a manipulation of the micro and of the macro, from the mind to the weather.
Yes.
But to summarize here, so basically the Germans developed mind control through chemotherapy and hypnosis.
Correct. And they used very heavily scopolamine and other chemicals, but scopolamine was their principal weapon for hypnosis and mind bending, if you will. And it was used very effectively and with hypnosis to change your mind and do a programming under chemical means.
And later on, because not only the rocket scientists, but the German rocket scientists got shared by the Allied powers after the Second World War, but so were all other secret scientists, so were their SS specialists, the Gestapo, the propaganda ministry specialists that were shared by the Allied powers. And obviously all these mind control experiments were moved and continued in the other countries. Here in the United States, I've read a lot of books about parapsychology development in the Soviet Union. In Russia, of course, the other goes wrong. Always one would read about that. Obviously, they were developed everywhere.
In all the major countries.
And so here, on top of the chemotherapy and hypnosis, obviously, the United States will develop the other two methods, namely with microchips and with microwave radiation.
Yes.
Yeah, the radiation.
Really a form of electrical stimulation using orgone Reichian techniques was one. Then they came to another technique under the more advanced mind control techniques, in which that was discovered by Preston Nichols sometime in the 80s. He found out about the other technique they were using, which was used and implemented at Montauk, the Phoenix Project. It consisted of a more or less standard low-powered radio transmitter. He replicated the whole system as an experimental test. He took a 250-watt surplus radio transmitter operating at high-frequency range, which is between 3 and 30 megahertz. Designed a special modulator for it, and had a tape recorder, which had a tape recorded on it, which said, in essence, anyone hearing this message will clear such and such phone number. And that phone number happens to be a Long Island phone number in the home of a friend of Preston's. He didn't use his number. So the criteria of this thing was none of the victims did have a radio receiver. What they were doing was broadcasting second-order energy, which the human mind picks up and decodes directly, as if it had a radio receiver. The human mind does have a radio receiver operating at second-order frequencies. Basically, a telepathic type receiver. And you can make it work just as well with an RF transmitter or radio transmitter if you know how to do the proper modulation on it. Because what you're doing with a tube-type transmitter is you're already emitting not only ordinary electromagnetic waves, which is first order, but second, third, fourth order. And there's not go through the vacuum tube, but do not go through solid state. Correct. And what they did was turn this thing on and let it run for maybe 8 hours a day for about 3 days. He wanted to find out, Preston that is, wanted to find out if this technique was valid. Would people hear it in their heads? And they did. They had a tape recorder, an automatic answering machine tied to his friend's phone number for about 3 days. They received over 600 phone calls from all parts of the eastern seaboard of the United States as far away as Florida. So when they finally went through them all, they found that there was actually only about 200 separate individuals. Some of them called several times because this message was on the air for about 3 days. We stopped them because of the fact that somebody in the government found out what they were doing, located the transmitter, which is no problem for the FCC, with all of their portable vans, and pulled off the transmitter. Next thing that happens, the tapes are recorded and the telephone system disappeared. And sometime after that, the gentleman who let his home be used for this little experiment disappeared himself. But he proved the point. You can program a person, condition them in such a manner that from a specialized radio transmitter, they can receive a signal directly without having to carry a little box around in their pocket. The only box you need is a working screen up here. They will pick up the signal, decode coded. And if they're already preconditioned, this is the key, they must be preconditioned by whatever programming is put into them. If they're preconditioned to hear this signal, well, you see, everybody can call on. Only people have been preconditioned. They hear the signal, they go to the phone, they call whatever number they're supposed to call, and then what can happen from that point is, this did not happen in this case, but what can happen is that some respondent, whether it be a machine or a person on the other end, would provide a secondary trigger, which will then trigger the whole program, which this person has buried in them. And then they become the robot, the automatons, whatever, to do whatever they're doing, like mass killers, or in the top of the Belfry Tower at UFC Berkeley, which is a famous case there, where this guy went up there, gunman went up there with a rifle and shot about 15 people. This could well have been. And you have the famous case of Sirhan killing Jack Kennedy. He shot wildly. He hit Kennedy with one bullet, but it was proven forensically that the bullet that killed Kennedy never came from Sirhan's gun. It came from somebody behind Kennedy, firing from less than 3 inches from behind his right ear. And that man was, of course, one of the guards who was a substitute that day for the regular guard. They plan these very carefully. But then they have to have a patsy. So Sirhan was a patsy. He was accused, he was tried, and he was convicted. Went off to prison. He probably never did any severe damage to him at all. Then you have, of course, the even more famous case of John F. Kennedy, where they said a single gunman, single bullet theory, which has been so thoroughly exploded in recent years. There were at least 3 assassins, and some of the films show it, and some of the private photos show it. And of course, poor little Mr. Oswald, ex-CIA agent, was the patsy, and they sacrificed him, purposely set up to grill him, the gunman. If that wasn't enough, of course, in the basement of the police station in Dallas, Mr. Jack Ruby runs forward and pulls the trigger and shoots Mr.
I am
Oswald
still
on
here.
national television. He
What's that
died then
turning?
either, by the way. He died they made sure he was dead before he left the operating table. And he said himself that it's Oswald, I didn't kill anybody.
People in the old days seem very hard workers. Yes,
That shows
definitely.
very clearly in the movies. These kind of mind manipulation techniques are everywhere. The problem is we don't know who's pulling them or what they intend to do with them or how far they intend to go.
What would you comment on the implantation of microchips into the human brain for the purposes of listening to the sounds around the person, maybe even getting visual signal from what the person sees, to from one point on turning the big master switch and assuming control over that being and actually commanding it what to do. In one of last year's issues of the Mutual UFO Network journal, the MUFON UFO journal, there was a very good article of about maybe 24 papers in official academic medical journals about implantation of microchips into pets and human beings, into human brains, for the purpose of mind control. Some of these papers were from the early 60s, which means that more than 30 years of such research has been going on. This is a topic very important in the field of ufology, with all this mind implantation by the little grays going on. And it has been my suspicion all along that many of these techniques have been in the arsenal of the government, and so one should look first of all into his own government and then into some aliens doing this massive implantation. The rumors are that from 1 in 40 all the way up to 1 in 10 from the United States population have been implanted.
Well, if you go into the history of this type of mind control by signal, by external control, you go back as early as 1960 when Dr. Delgado was experimenting with implanted chips in the heads of bulls, and he proved in the ring in Spain, I think Barcelona, that the charging bull could be stopped in its tracks by flipping a switch on a little electronic control box on a radio transmitter, which affected this chip buried in the bull's head. Or like a radio control model. Similar to a radio control model, except he was doing a very simple signal transmission, which caused the bull to turn aside, and it was set up in some manner, which made it very effective control of the bull. He lost his anger, or he was just directed to turn aside. It was publicly demonstrated. Now, that was only the beginning. Nobody has been able to find out exactly what Delgado did since then, but of course, you have the spectacle of the CIA continuing, and as microchips get produced, you have had implants which have been found in people's heads by the proper high-definition radar, not radar, but X-ray systems, and also the MRW systems, or MNR. They can also find these chips. But you have more than one class. The initial class was probably developed by our government, possibly in conjunction with alien technology and possibly strictly on our own. But then you have certain documentary films which the Japanese have produced showing, after interview of people and putting them through CAT scans, they can show implanted devices directly in the brain. They cannot figure out how they got there, and they know damn blessed as well they can never remove them because it would kill a person to try and take these things out of the brain. And they cannot explain how they got there. They cannot understand the technology involved because it's not terrestrial technology. It's one of the proofs about UFOs and ETs. Some of these implanted devices defy any medical skill we have to put in the head where they are. Maybe they were being inside, It's hard to say how it was. It's hard to say how it might have been done. But they're there. They're easily visible in layer by layer CAT scan of what part of the brains are in, and very often they find two of them, one on the left lobe, one on the right lobe. Now, what effect they have is unknown, because it's not been detected in some of these cases that the individuals had particularly erratic behavior. But the technology is there, the technique is there, and where the line ends between U.S. government hardware and control and alien technology and control is very hard to say. But this is the evidence is they're working together. They're working together. Exactly. Going to the Phoenix Project, one of the aspects there, of course, was mentioned the radio device, radio transmitter, for human people, brains properly set up, will pick up the signal and respond. You have other types of technology which have been developed as a result of the continuing work of Phoenix at Montauk, elsewhere. Because you must also know that there were 25 stations. Every station was converted essentially to a Montauk-type operation, though they didn't all stay online. Eventually, we only got 3 left. And how many other projects buried elsewhere were going on, we don't really know. We know of 2. ITT Corporation, who was the contractor for all of the hardware for Montauk, that is for the Phoenix Project at Montauk. We also had some ongoing side projects. Brentwood, Long Island, existed for many years, actually since sometime after the turn of the century, a overseas communication system known as McKay Radio Overseas Communications. About 1966, the system was brought out by ITT. Was it usually that for No, those were standard, ordinary communication using regular transmitters. Only they had a bank of about 52 transmitters there for different frequencies. They were set up for continuing overseas communication, which was voice, which was teletype, which was fax, and everything imaginable, both black and white and color fax. The transmitter side was at Brentwood, and after it was shut down, which was in the fall of '86 when I was there on the island, we went through there and found they had been experimenting on other projects on the side, and some of the transmitters had some non-standard equipment in them. We found other non-standard equipment around, and we finally located the chief engineer of the site, who admitted that there were major changes in installation, which he had no understanding of what they were for. They had the regular traffic, and they had direct tie-in-lines to ITT's laboratories in Nutley, New Jersey through dedicated phone lines direct to that site for inputs that he had no idea what they were. He said it was totally controlled from ITT Nutley.
It would have been for some special communication stuff to Europe, probably to outer space, to the moon bases.
Could well have been. Now, they had a parallel project going on with certain other aspects, which the transmitter site had to have a receiving site. Now, the receiving site was not in the same location. They moved it about 30 miles away to Southampton, Long Island, and there they had the gigantic receiver site, which is still essentially there. The transmitter site was demolished and converted into a industrial park, which is all you see now as an industrial park from about 87 onward. But in that site, some strange things went on, and the story of how the project came down is even stranger. Might be worth noting. We had to track back, and President Nichols was very heavy in this because he's a radio amateur and he's in the radio amateur clubs. And he had been by that place many times, and one October night, with E. Duncan and myself in his van, headed up to the place. He wanted to show me this vast transmitter site. He said, I don't think we can get on in there, but it's there. Well, the gates were wide open, the guards were gone, the power was off. So we drove in and drove around and wandered all through the place. And they had not yet started demolishing the main transmitter building. They had demolished some of the smaller buildings peripherally, which may have had some manufacturing facilities, we're not sure. But we went through that, saw all of the transmitters, and there were some very strange charges left on them. Eventually, of course, the amateurs were invited in to strip the place, take anything they wanted because it would save the contractor the trouble of removing it. So the amateurs had a field day. They took down 5 towers, 20 feet high with the rotating antennas. They saved the antennas. They took everything you can imagine. And when they were done, they still had literally tens of tons of hardware to scrap. The transmitters eventually were bulldozed, what was left of them. But we couldn't understand why this place shut down, because it was a functioning overseas communication system. Well, finally, the story filtered through from ITT Corporation's headquarters in Maiden Lane, New York, about a very strange occurrence in one night in September, actually Saturday. ITT had planned to shut this facility down on a permanent basis because they really had a little more use for it. And that particular morning on a Saturday, they gave instructions by phone to the station master that this was to be the last day of transmission. There'd be some traffic that come through, and they would have shut down the secure the transmitter on a permanent basis. So he received his orders, and throughout the rest of the day and far into the night, the transmitter remained on, and was receiving traffic, and nobody at the Nutley end or New York could figure out what was going on. They had ordered to shut down the station, and it was not shut down. It was accepting traffic and transmitting. So they sent somebody out to New York to investigate. He arrived that night and started to go on base, took one look, and said, I ain't going on this place. The transmitter building, with all of the transmitters, which was quite a large structure, was glowing with a blue glow over it, something which was totally abnormal. He wouldn't walk on the base. The whole was surrounded with gates and fences and all of this. He wouldn't go on the base at all, and he went to a telephone and called Nutley and said, there's something very strange going on here. I refuse to set foot on base because of this very weird blue glow, and it just doesn't seem normal at all. And attempts from Nutley to contact any of the personnel on the base in the latter part of the afternoon and early evening were futile. They had no answers on the phone. So they said, okay, don't go on base. We'll come by with a crew in the morning and we'll shut down the power from the substation outside the operating area, which they did. Then they went on base. Nothing wrong. Everything appearing perfectly normal. All the equipment was there. 12 people on that base earlier in the day had vanished completely, were never found. Not a trace. They finally had to tell the families that these people had disappeared. How they handled it, I don't know. But about 3 days later, they fired up the equipment to see if there's anything wrong with it. They found nothing wrong with it, whatever. Every piece of equipment on that base operated properly. But nobody was there. So ITT shut it down, and a little head scratching finally says, okay, we don't have any more to do with this. Let's get rid of it. So that was when the order came to sell it. They found somebody who was a developer of industrial properties, like got it lock, stock, and barrel for $5 million cash. So finally found out how much they paid for it. And ITT told him, you get everything. He said, we don't want all this transmitting gear. He said, you got it all. We don't want it. It's your problem. Thus, we're a famous offer to the radio amateurs to come in and have it and take anything they wanted. And they did for 2 weeks, or 3 weeks. And of course, eventually everything was torn up and transmitters were destroyed, the buildings were leveled, and I was there when they were doing it. In the underground facilities, there were some extensive underground rooms. They were so strong.
Just pause that for a minute. Oh, the radio, mate. Set my alarm. How are you been, Tanya? How have you been? Blue Ravens live. Here we can. So, what's the time for you, Tanya? Here we can. What's the time for you, Tanya? Okay. It's gonna sidetrack. Bear with me. Stop that for a minute. Hold on. Do not radiate my body since I have the Wi-Fi on. Right.
1992, and this will be the second underground interview with Albilik, coming directly from the American Academy of Distant Sciences.
Just trying to meet something.
Summarize for our viewers very briefly, for these that have not seen, coming directly from the American Academy of Distant Sciences.
I've been seeing a lot of bikers. I think they're leaving the Sturgis Bikers Rally. I think it's up in South. Oh, wait, I'm going too fast. I got to slow up. It's 65.
How does he manage it to keep his channel going?
There's a lot of bikers. I seen
That number is Masonic.
Somebody.
Let me screen share this. Keep his channel going. How did he manage to survive? That number is Masonic. Right, Tanya, that I'll show you. Screen share this. How did he manage to survive? Look at that number, 679. You turn the 9 upside down, it's 6. 7 symbolises freemasonry. So it would be 666. 679. Look, come on. How come you don't get strikes in this channel? It's got BitTube. How come he can afford all that petrol, that travelling? How come you don't get strikes in this channel? And where's the gas lighting? It's got BitTube. He's always on the road. How come he can afford? Hold on, I've got feedback. I need to make the feedback. And where's gas lighting? Where's his real evidence? I've always did start wondering about him. Right? So, okay. So what's his real name? He's on Gap. He's on different platforms. And he listens into talk radio. So how come we can do all that and struggle? I mean, everyone's different, I know, but why does he use the word blue raven? I never did ask him. And he never gets his channel taken down, not like me. Well, this platform anyway. So he listens into, he's got the internet. Look how many subscribers he got on BitChute. What? Oh, this is I want it. This is Freemasonry numbers. Wow, I'm seeing it all over now today. 1919. You turn the 9 around and you got 6611. New numbristic Freemasonry. I do wonder who's connected. Saturday, the 3rd of September, he listens into Arc Midnight Intelligence Briefing. Right? What device is he using? How come he's not getting hacked like me? How come he's not getting monitored like me, right? Why is he using the bird blue? What's the luck about the blue bird? Right. I know about this blog already. What he's doing is just stuff, that's all. Then if it gets out, it gets out. So this is another website called Gang Stalking Mind Control Cults.com, which I already knew about. So it's a very good website. The gang stalking, security services stalking, content, pro, torture, murder, hybrid warfare, mind control cults. The dirty war and communicative warfare is waged against targeted individuals, TIs, by the National Security Racketeering Network. This is not America, by the way. Department of Defense, where in England, it's a limited company, and to sit MI6, MI5. In America, NSA, CIA, FBI, NATO, Joint Special Operations Command, their foreign and corporate sponsors and private sector cutouts. They call it in America law enforcement, Department of Justice, organised crime of civil military death squads, networks, operators, cyberstalkers, spies, surveillance role players, gang stalking perps, got plenty of them around here. The corrupt scientific medical establishment, there's plenty going on I know about. This is totalitarian New World Order military intelligence. The police state, and this is where they're homing on me today, because I'm titled this Freemasonry. Police state. Here named global government gang stalking, genocide, Gestapo really. G6 is expanding for profit business that goes undercover. Civilian military death squads to wage continuous covert, and they're targeting me right now with the Jews, I can feel it. Psychological and electronic, neuro-political information, i.e. hybrid warfare against innocent target civilians under the pretext of national security. There's always counter out that, don't they? And they call it human research, weapons testing, and counter-terrorism and cognitive warfare. So, the cults, well, the controllers is a whole list. Okay. Behind NATO's not cognitive warfare battle for your brain by Western militaries by Ben Norton, October the 8th, 2021. So there's an article, read more. The chilling NATO document, which is warfare. Let's see if I can open the link. Oh my lord, I can. It's 45 pages long. (2020) dated. It's not firework night yet. No fireworks. Information warfare, cognitive warfare, hacking the individual. Trust is the target. Cognitive warfare, propaganda, behavior economy, psychology. Understanding the brain is key for the future. The vulnerabilities of the human brain and the role of emotions. The battle for attention. Long-term impact of technology on the brain. The promises of neurosciences. The militarization of brain science. Process and visibility of neuroscience and technology, i.e. neuro-ST, military intelligence, use of direct weaponization of the neurodata, the neurobioeconomy, Russia and Chinese cognitive warfare definition. It's about humans. Recommendation for NATO. Definition of the human domain. Impact warfare development. By nation-state case study. Weaponized neurosciences in China. Case study, a Russian National Technology Initiative. This is the Allied Command Transformation (ACT) sponsored study, but the views and opinions expressed in publication strictly reflect the discussions held on Information Hub forums. They do not reflect those of the ACT or its member nations, so none of them can be quoted as an official statement belonging to them. As written in the War Fighting 2040 paper, the year 2040, the nature of warfare has changed. The majority of current conflicts remain below the threshold of the traditional accepted definition of warfare, but new forms of warfare have emerged with a cognitive warfare (CW). While the human mind is now being considered as a new domain of war, with increasing role of technology information overload, individual cognitive abilities will no longer be significant to ensure an informed and timely decision-making, leading to the new concept of cognitive warfare, which has become a recruiting term in military terminology in recent years. The cognitive warfare causes an endurance challenge. It disrupts the ordinary understanding and reactions to events in gradual and subtle ways, but with significant harmful effects over time. Now, the cognitive warfare has a universal reach, from the individual to states and multiple organizations. It feeds on the techniques of disinformation and propaganda aimed at psychologically exhausting the receptors of the information. I bet that's the public. Anyone contributes to it to varying degrees, consciously or subconsciously, and it provides invaluable knowledge on society, especially open societies, such as those in the West. This knowledge can then be easily weaponized. It opened NATO's adversaries a means of bypassing traditional battlefield with significant static results, which may be utilized to radically transform Western societies. Hope they want to do that. The instrument of information warfare, along with additional neuroweapons, added to the future technology perspectives, suggesting that the cognitive field will be one of tomorrow's battlefields. The perspective is further strengthened by the rapid advances of the NBIC's nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive sciences. Why do you think people are targeted and tested upon without consent? Because they're testing us on their technology on individuals without consent. And they called us like we're making it up. Bloody hell. My gosh. Making a cup of tea. Okay. Making a cup of tea. Okay. Wow. The instruments of information warfare, along with the additional neuroweapons, adds to future technology prospects, suggesting that the cognitive field will be one of tomorrow's battlefields. The perspective is the future strengthened in by rapid advances of nanotechnology, as I just said, biological technology, information technology, cognitive science. Why do you think they need 5G and 6G technology? Create a grid pattern on the Earth and all hooked up to this technology's brains. And the understanding of the brain, NATO's adversaries are already investing heavily in the new technologies. That's where public funds is going. NATO needs to appreciate advances in these technologies by raising the awareness of the true potential of CW. Whatever the nature of the object of warfare, this always comes down to clash of human wills. Do they want to live forever and upload our brains to de-waste computer systems? So we're being singled out to be tested upon without consent. That's individuals targeted. I'll carry on. And therefore, what defines victory will be ability to impose a desired behaviour. It's mind control, human behaviour. How many of you demonic entities out there has lost your soul to participate in this program for the military? Oh, talk about, oh yeah, we've got horrendous weather coming in, Tanya, from tomorrow or this evening. So, whether the nature of the object's warfare, it also comes down to a clash of human wills. And therefore, what defines victory will be the ability to impose the desired outcome on a chosen audience. Actions undertaken in 5 domains: the air, sea, land, space, and cyber are all executed in order to have an effect on the human domain. It is therefore time for NATO to recognise the renewed importance of 6 operational domain, mainly the human domain. They want to live forever, and that's why the transhumanism is coming in. So this is introduction to the paper. Individual organisation cognitive abilities will be of paramount importance because of the speed and volume of information available in the modern battle space. Do you like the word battle space? Connect. If modern technologies holds a promise improving human cognitive performance, it also holds a series of serious threats on military organisations. Because organisations are made up of human beings, human limitations and preferences ultimately affect organisational behaviour and decision making. Military organisations are subject to the problem of limited rationality, but this is often overlooked in practice. An environment premeditated with technology and overload of information, managing the cognitive abilities of military organisations will be key, while developing capabilities to harm the cognitive abilities of the opponents will be necessary. In other words, NATO will need to get the ability to safeguard her decision making and disrupt the adversary wants. So this study intends to respond to the following questions. Improve awareness on cognitive warfare, including a better understanding of the risks and opportunities for new cognitive human mind technologies. What about the privacy of the human individual and their mind? What about protection of their brain? Provide out-of-the-box insight on cognitive warfare and to provide static level arguments to SACT as to recommend or not cognitive human mind as operational domain. Bloody hell. So in other words, type of warfare However, there are key distinctions that make cognitive warfare unique to be addressed under its own jurisdiction as a concept. IW was the first coined development under the US military document and has subsequently been adopted in different forms by several nations. Bloody heck, it's always been military based. As former US Commander Stuart Green described, information operations, the closest existing American doctrinal concept for cognitive warfare is System 5 core capabilities elements. The electronic warfare computer network operations, PSYOPs, military deception and operational security. Information aims at controlling the flow of information. There's nothing new about that. Information warfare has been designed primarily to support the objective defined by the decisional missions of military organizations, mainly to provide lethal effects on the battlefield. It was not designed to achieve lasting political success. Bloody hell. As defined by Clint Watts, cognitive warfare poses capabilities to know and to produce its effectively throws knowledge, cognitive sciences over all sciences that concern knowledge and its processes. This is nihilistic programming. Bingo. My brother trained in that. Psychological, neurobiology, logic, and more. Good gracious me. This is endless. Do all these target individuals really realise how deep this rabbit hole goes? So it's a way of using knowledge, conflicting purpose. It's broader sense. Cognitive warfare is not limited to the military or the industrial world. Now listen to this. Since the early 1990s, the capability has tended to be applied to the political, economic, and social fields. Any use of modern information technology is a potential target. Did you hear that? It targets a whole of nation's human capital. Big data allows us to develop applications, calculations, analyzing, and performances. But what makes it possible to respond to a situation is reason. And reason is what enables and takes a decision in what is not capable. Otherwise, we only conform the state of affairs. It's just a quote there. And the most striking shift of this practice from the military point to the civilian world is the preservationness of CW activities across everyday life that sit around the normal pace crisis conflict construct with harmful effects. Even if a cognitive war could be conducted to complement to military conflict, it can also be conducted alone. Bloody hell. What are they doing to the bloody world? Oh, look, this is even more intriguing. Hacking the individual. Without consent, by the way. The revolution in information technology has enabled cognitive manipulation of the new kind. An unprecedented and highly scaled. All this happens at much lower cost than in the past, when it was necessary to create effects, impact through non-virtual actions in the physical ring. Thus, in a continuous process, classical military capabilities do not counter kinetic warfare. Bloody hell. So you got social engineering always starts with deep dive into the human environment of the target. The goal is to understand the psychology. See, there you go. They know all about you psychologically as a target individual. You're placed on the international watch list, and the phrase is more importantly than other. It allows not only the precise targeting of the right people, but also to appreciate reactions and develop empathy. Understanding the human environment is key to building the trust and will ultimately lead to desire to results. Humans are an easy target since they all contribute by providing information on themselves, making the anniversaries. Oh my lord, you can't make this up. Look at another article, 97. They've known about all this technology years ago. Nothing new. Wow. 6 hours been streaming.
Okay.
I'm downloading this.
Yeah. You don't get no views, bro. Like I said, fuck you, bro. You don't even get fucking views, you fucking fag. This dude gets 1 view, bro. And that's his boyfriend, Big Blue Dildo. How fucking sad is that? You know what I mean? The link's up. Anybody that wants to join this shit, join that shit, bro. The link's up.
I can't join because I have my phone. Let's see if I can join. This guy's chat, right? Let's see if he disrespects me on his StreamYard. Yeah, they're hacking me already on the phone. Open Chrome.
Fucking driving around with the Harmony, bro, with a big ass truck, dude. It's got fucking machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and they're trying to intimidate me with that, dude, every day, dude. Then use it, bro. Don't just fucking take me out, bro. If I'm so bad, if you're declaring war on me and I'm so bad, I'm not gonna do anything. Like I said, dude, I'm too in love with it. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna do nothing.
I'm backstage.
I'm too in love with myself, dude. I'm too in love with life, dude. I'm too in love with myself. I'm too in love with nature. I'm too in love with fucking looking at the wildlife and all that shit, dude. And making money. I'm too in love with myself, dude, for me to do something. So you might as well just come and take me out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because no tactics ever gonna work, bro. We gotta get. Come and take me out. You know what I mean?
Hello, how are you?
What's up?
Doesn't sound like you're having a good time. You okay?
Maybe they left.
Sorry, pardon me. Say that again.
It says they're in the stream. I don't see them.
I'm in the show. Yeah, hi. I'm
Awaken.
in UK.
Awaken World TI UK.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? My sound. Can you hear me?
UK.
Hello.
Like I said, these motherfuckers ain't gonna do shit, dude.
StreamYard just kicked me out.
And like I said, bro, I'm too in love with myself, dude. I'm too in love with myself. I'm too in love with everything. I'm too in love with myself, bro, for me to ever do anything stupid, dude. And these fucking clowns know that, dude. Abe, that dude's a fucking agent. Everything that Abe says, dude, all that dude does is try to get I'm too in love with myself. I'm too in love with everything. I'm too in love with myself, bro, for me to ever do anything stupid, dude. And these fucking clowns know that, dude. Abe, that dude's a fucking agent. Everything Abe says, dude, all that dude does is target a direct conversation about my life, dude. Fucking faggot.
My phone's
Faggot
breaking
ass
up.
Border Patrol. His first YouTube video was he was in New Mexico, bro, where I live. Posting a little gay ass video of his ex-wife who fucking cheated on him, bro. Oh, I love you, babe. I'm gonna be home soon. Yeah, well, he was out here trying to fuck with me. Fucking like 10 years ago. His wife was cheating on him, fucking piece of shit. That's
I cannot show you that because it's foul language. So my phone was hacked, so couldn't do much about that. My phone was hacked, so couldn't do much about that. Right, so basically I'm going to try and figure out something to eat. To see what they're saying about UK weather. They got bad weather over in Texas in America. Wow, wow, wow. Space weather, this is what I was looking at, the weather. Yeah, that's what I noticed, that's what I want to look at. So, stop sharing the screen now. Wow. I'll turn the Wi-Fi off. So they're basically in the stream now. You know, who consented to use the human brain as a battlefield? This is November, right? Dated 2020. They've been testing on the human brain for a long time. Studying. Looking for vulnerabilities in human subjects. Are we all going to be test subjects? Are they looking for population control on the psychological basis? It's like the technology, like in the movies and films and stuff, pre-crime, you know? They know what you're going to do before you do it, neuromonitoring. I'm just skipping through the document. Not going to be here for too long. Here we go. The use of emerging artificial intelligence tools. Enhancement capabilities to manipulate human minds and change human behaviour. This is really? Can you believe this document? The capitalism going radical manipulation, what many describes as data economy. It's data mining. They're all profiting out the human misery that they're causing economically as well. You know, you Satanists out there, you really don't give a shit, do you, about humanity? This is demonic. We weren't built to become transhumanists, you know, built to become machines. You know, computerization, infrastructure, you know, and they've been testing the technology for a long time, yet nobody would believe individuals, i.e. targeted individuals, and they will dismiss it because of the profit they're making on the data mining collective. Look at all these scandals, I tell you. Digitalization, you know. I'm just skipping through. Psychology, look at this. Why do you think they want nanotechnology into your implants? And much more detailed than that. It is medical data, biodata, implanted into the body and get rid of traditional medical services. Cymetic systems is called. Psychology. Do you know, we're treated by an AI machine, hybrids, robots, artificial intelligence. Where the elite's going to be living? No wonder. The essentiality of the human brain. They played this off as something great. Oh, you got another incident kicking off. You know, there's always things kicking off these days. It's demonic times we're living in. Anyway. Those got to trigger you. The technology is so advanced now, right? That, you know, you want to research everything. You know. I've got to, I don't know if I can get this any bigger, this image. They got even decodes. They worked this out a long time ago. This document. They're mapping out the human brain a long time ago. I'll show my stream to somebody who might want to know. It's Monday in Australia.
Okay, we got buzz in progress, buzz in progress. Got the approach noise, and what are the chances you'll see a helicopter coming around here? There he goes. Okay, noise is picking up. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll circle around for a while until they think maybe I'll get bored and go back inside, then they'll do a flyover. Here he comes. Got the approach again. Notice the noise is picking up. There he goes. Okay, so it's definitely circling our area. Here he comes, going for the direct flyover. Your taxes for psychological. Either first, there's the diehard people who they'll, you know,
interaction with humanity was not to be recognized and not to be seen. And because humans record in stone. We're very good at that. We create. We're fantastic. So they recreate. The reptilians didn't want that. You will see it occasionally in some of the Sumerian or Assyrian, Babylonian carvings. Occasionally, you'll also see it in some of the Mennonitic items. What you're much more likely to see are renditions of feline species from the Egyptian times, because they weren't covered by the same protocol. So they weren't. There was no ban on depicting. Whereas it is a ban, there still is now a ban on depicting reptilians. And absolute proof of that when I did that very nice interview on the Today programme with Holly Willoughby and Schofield, and I did two drawings, one of a mantid and one of a reptile, and I was told point blank we're not allowed to put the reptile up because they were going to have me as a backdrop, them as a backdrop to me. So the stills I got, which they very kindly said to me, I'm being interviewed with them, and behind me is a picture of the mantid. But originally, Schofield and gang were going to have the mantid and the reptile, and somebody very hard said we're not allowed. They didn't even know what it was called. All they said to me was, we've been told we can't put this one up. So there's a blanket that goes out.
Right, Mark, we got
If you think
power
about
cut.
what the title of this DVD is, because we're coming past that now, and you think about that chapter in The Greatest Secret that David Wright wrote, which was Don't Mention the Reptiles, and that's a fact, and David's absolutely right. But the system doesn't want to publicise them because they have signed an agreement not to publicise them. It's to keep them out. So you can talk about the greys as much as you want. That's not an issue. You can talk about the mantids as much as you want because they don't manipulate humanity. The reptile race that we were talking about manipulates humanity and has done for thousands of years and has a covenant with the elite humans who run the world that they will always be shadows.
And I remember, I swear on a stack of Bibles, I remember a lizard man in that office. It was his finest Draco something. I can't remember the other name. And he was about 6 foot, 7 foot tall, had sort of like scaly skin, humanoid. He walked around like we do. He had 2 arms, 2 legs. He had a tail, but it really didn't show most of the time. He had somewhat of a humanoid face, strange eyes, a big mouth, and, looked like what you would expect if you're going to put together a lizard man. There was a being on Star Trek called the Gorn that Captain Kirk fought on this planet. This man that I worked next to so resembles Captain. Now,
how did that strike you? I never had to be a traumatic experience. No, not you.
I didn't have that much to do with it. I call it this. I'm not sure whether it was he or she. But I didn't have that much to do.
You accepted his presence as something normal.
What do you do? You're working next to this thing. How are you? That's all I got. He spoke as a sea voice, pistol on. And sort of sounded like he was loud whispering most of the time.
In the police station, he was being held down. The sergeant came over. He said the sergeant shapeshifted in front of him, turned into a reptile. And then came back to human and then shapeshifted again and returned. So when you talk to insiders and when you look back at the texts that talk about the fact that this serpent race exists of claims unknown to man just outside this frequency range, then there is a gathering mass of evidence that this is going on.
He said, my EP friends watch out for me. They will kill for me. And he's looking at me.
And he said that verbally to you?
Verbally to me, in front of everybody. I mean, like I said, all I thought was this guy has a lot of balls, or big balls, or something like that. I mean, I hated him.
And you just got that. You didn't even have an encounter. You just didn't run. You just got a bad vibe.
Didn't like him. When he turned around and yelled at me, I swear he looked like a wizard. I was never scared of reptilians.
So his actual appearance?
His appearance. He got verbally to me in front of everybody. I mean, all I thought was this guy has a lot of balls, big balls, or something like that. I hated him.
You just got you didn't even have an encounter. You just
Hello. I'm just muting this. Tanya, hold on a minute. Tanya, if you're in the chat, which she is in Australia, I'm talking to somebody, you know what? Okay, so I'm meeting for a minute.
they've just been doing it for the last 5-10 minutes so much. So I was listening to so much of what you were saying with the law, and I was following so much of it, and I really liked the way that you put it. It was really well, eloquently. Oh, I can't even say that word right now. But yeah, I knew that they'd try and make me fall asleep. It's usually with you as well, because I like speaking to you. So, but yeah, they were doing it again. I'm glad that you carried on talking then and snapped me out of it, because they didn't fully have me asleep there. But that's the frequency that they do. It's the same frequency. So you are right. So I'm glad that you kept talking just then. And snapped me out of it. That was good. Thank you. But yeah, that's the semi-conscious state that they want us at. The exact same frequency they do to put me to sleep.
Yeah.
And they'll keep me in that state, and then they'll slowly wake me up. And as I say, I know it sounds awful.